Good morning, everybody. How are we all doing today? Correction to Fubo earnings release just now. What correction? Did Fubo save the bull market? No, absolutely not. How are we feeling about Apple credit spreads now that earnings is out? I mean, I sold a bunch before earnings because I expected IV to crush. Um, I don't know. I guess I'll monitor the performance over the next few days. I'm not particularly afraid of it moving up too hard. Their iPhone sales were a little better than expected, but still down a lot for the last two consecutive quarters. So market maker was pricing in 2% last night. It's up about 3 right now. I might, if it gets near like 175, I might sell some out at like 175 and then 170 also. $1 Fubo CSP is safe. Ding ding. I mean, $1 Fubo CSPs aren't as good as they are when Fubo's under $1. Big morning gap up into most of this morning's call interest. There's a little bit of call interest at like 41.15, 41.20. It's possible, but I think if we move that high, it's not going to last very long. The bulls aren't really well positioned for today, at least not yet. Is the bull market back? Unemployment is down, and non-farm payrolls are sky high. So, the Fed's gonna raise rates again, right? That is not the employment data they want. I don't know. AMD pulled back a little bit today. The initial exuberance has backed off, and it's moving back down again. Down 2% from yesterday's close. I almost called them to ask if 253K was a typo. I think they're downwardly revised too. Was the real economy so strong? The labor market, anyway. Oh, the labor market's strong because demand is high. And people need jobs to pay for all the shit that costs more money. Are you trying to tell me that JPow's wet fish approach to the market is insufficient? A little bit. Going for 41.15 right out of the gate. 41.05. Strangely, upside is seeming to get more violent than downside in the market, even when below gamma neutral. Upside is more violent below gamma neutral. Everything is. Market maker buys into rising prices, sells into falling prices. And in a positive gamma environment, the market maker sells into rising prices and buys into falling prices. $41.20. I don't know. We've got like a double gap to the downside right now, I think. Am I losing it or do we? Okay, so that filled and then this opened. Okay, no, never mind. I just can't see that on the 1 hour yet. Wait, did that fill? That didn't fill. What the fuck? Yeah, so we have a double gap to the downside. Ooh. Now that's exciting. Stopped out of calls. Let's go. Might be a little early still. Let's see how positioning looks. Call interest picking up above 41.10, but no call interest below. Little bit of call interest at 40.95. 41.30, 60, 40, 41.25 selling off. All right. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if this is stable. I mean, I think futures are trying to kind of gun for 41.25 here. Rejected a little early though. Rejected at 41.20. We gapped over yesterday's gap. Yeah. My synthetic Fubo $3 longs are up 6% after this move. Why are you synthetic long and Fubo at $3? Are they for like 2025? About 3-cent Fubo calls yesterday. Let them ride, boys. I always close the call side of my straddle too early. I shall await your guidance. I don't have any guidance. I'm probably going to get stopped out of mine any second now. Like if this falls below like maybe 40, like 410250, I'm going to get stopped out. My stop's pretty tight. Like the stream, comrades. If you guys could hit the like, I appreciate it. Gork, why Apple up 4% on worse earnings than when they were last at this price? That's the world we live in now. Knowing another rate hike is likely based on employment and likely CPI. Worth waiting on Upstart entries. It might be. I mean, Upstart's got other things going on besides just the Fed decision. The Fed decision wasn't hawkish enough, I don't think, to affect Upstart significantly in the short term. And it's got a lot of like FTDs and stuff right now that make entries into like synthetic long and CSP positions pretty profitable. I'm not saying that Upstart's going to go up because a lot of liquidity got dumped, but going into the Fed meeting, But whoever dumped that position going into the Fed meeting might be more willing to buy it back afterwards. Yeah, my 2025 for my synthetic Fubo position. Oh, okay. So this is kind of irrelevant for you anyway. From what I can tell on these hearts, the economy. So the only thing that's weird about that, Thunder, is like by going synthetic long at 3, you're tying up more capital than if you went synthetic long at 1. I doubt it'll stabilize higher. Fubo's still massively shorted. My Fubo synthetic long is up 260%. I have some at $1 that are up quite a bunch. The $1.50 ones are okay. Seems like Apple do be dragging a bit. Yeah, I mean, Apple didn't have like phenomenal earnings or anything. They were just like, they barely beat lowered expectations on worse year over year and quarter over quarter performance. Are you synth long for 2024 or 25? Both. Options positioning on Fubo, looking for a good CC opportunity. Yeah, you and everyone else. What's the significance of 41.25 on futures? There's still a lot of positions sitting there. Is Fubo ups this morning showing liquidity being restored in your chart? Let me look. Yes. It's still early to say definitively, because that chart doesn't really move very quickly. But yes, it does look like it is. So there's some covering following this earnings. I'm gonna move my stop up here. Hold on. All right, ES testing 41.25. Call positioning. Yeah, 0DTE call positioning is picking up quite a bit. What's VIX looking like? 1795. I should open VIX. VIX getting clobbered. Roll the put. So my only problem is if there's any profit taking here, it can still dump. Go. Yeah, I'll just wait. I'll just keep moving my straddle up and wait. Is Fubo up this morning showing liquidity being restored in your chart? Was there any confirmation on the $90 billion stock buyback for Apple? I didn't hear anything about it. Apple has a stock buyback in place, or stock buyback program already set up. I don't know if they added to it. I didn't hear anything about it though. 2024, 2025 for both Upstart and Fubo. Yeah, I have synthetic logs for both years on both of them. I mean, as we progress through this year, I'm moving more synthetic long positions out to 2025. Don't you love how the bears so quick to take profit and bulls are like, nah. Well, bulls are dumber, right? Generally speaking. Bears are usually quicker to take profits. They usually have to wait longer to realize them. Remember when the market was so boring for 3 to 4 weeks for most of April? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Yeah, there's still a shitload of sold positions to the upside, so it's not like there's some risk of us going above like 4180 or something like that right now. Do you think Upstart earnings would be good or bad next week? I don't know. They're, obviously lending is reducing, which is a problem for them. But they're also simultaneously expanding their exposure to different types of credit or like different lines of credit. I mean, if they're successful in that, they can continue to pad the decline in, like personal loans and auto loans with, by picking up interest in mortgages and business loans. They confirmed it. Okay. I mean, it's a nothing buyback, right? It's not it's not like, I mean, it's actually not significant in any way. It's a $2.7 trillion company, right? 90 billion dollars is like a small position. Do you have any thoughts on Tyson at these prices? No, I haven't looked at food for a little while. Food might pick up as we move closer to like a confirmed recession. So right now might not be a terrible entry time. Ooh, that's pretty cheap. They have a decent yield also. 3 point, almost 3.2%. Earnings have been declining pretty significantly. They're definitely not killing it on the back of inflation like they were, but headlines down. Headline crossing under core could mean that we see another spike in a headline in the future. If we do, that benefits, food and oil quite a lot. Any short-term price ceiling on Fubo due to options or something? Uh, Good question. It's so cheap that it doesn't really have like accurate like gamma value like Greek neutral values, because not enough of the chain is like near the money, right? I would say that gamma max is around $2.67. But I think if it breaks, yeah, it's breaking 150. So I might pick up some let me see if SPX is looking any worse here. Um, no, stable maybe. Buying Atomic's calls. I highly doubt Atomic's stupid enough to be selling $2 next weeklies. 90 billion is like 2% of Apple's total market cap. What? Decent range to enter some downside positioning. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right, J-Mac. I was gonna say, man. Will this bull market ever end? It's not a bull market. It's just a fucking bounce. Bounces happen. Recoveries happen. Things don't just fall straight down into the center of the earth. Even during the COVID crash, the market fucking bounced. It bounced a lot. Huge bounces. Ones that would have absolutely scared you out of your puts. What mean when 1 month is 5.5%? I mean, yield's very high on the 1 month. My Fubo Leap smile. Yeah. Yeah, it's starting to look a lot better above $1.50. Yeah, Fubo earnings were pretty decent. Revised guidance too. So how's OI data this morning? Fine. I'm still stacking in the same range, 41.10 through 41.30. Put interest at 41.05, 4100, and below that, there's a bunch of positive gamma at 40.95, but that just may be because no one's buying puts at that strike right now. But yeah, right now the highest interest on the call side is 41.15, which we're now failing. Too early? No, probably not. I can pick up another one if need be. I think the biggest problem with the call side here is there's not a lot of there's not a lot of support to the downside. So it doesn't matter if calls build up out of the money if there's no downside support, right? Like if we get sucked back down into all the negative gamma, it's still gonna fail. I think yeah. Stopped out of the straddle there. Fubo earnings are 27-cent loss versus 43 expected. 30% increase in sales. It's a big beat. Picking up 0DT SPX puts for 40.10 here. What? 4100? Or waiting? I grabbed a couple 4105s. Would this be a good entry for longer term June SPX puts? I mean, VIX is moderately cheap right now. Options. All right. I think today would be a good CC opportunity on Fubo. I overleveraged one DTE, 402p puts yesterday without a hedge. Am I doing this right? Oh boy. No. Hey Gerg, where did my rev position go? They destroyed it. I just got on. What's the skinny? Jobs reports beating huge on all levels, and the market is pumping. What the hell? We should be coming down, bro. Well, should we? I mean, the jobs report's really bad for the Fed. Great for people who sell shit to people who have jobs. Today's job data is tickling my bias very hard. I'm sure there's someone in Vegas that will take bets on Fed rate hikes for June, right? I mean, I suppose, yeah. You're gonna do your own swap, but like at a casino. Call interest, put interest is staying relatively stagnant right now. Not a lot of volume moving around. Uh, 41.20, 41.15. Are there any good books or videos on anchored VWAP? You kidding me? It's just VWAP anchored to a specific date. Someone's Fubo position is getting squeezed right now. Pressured. I highly doubt they're getting squeezed. Yo, Greg, did you listen to more of the Wiggles after yesterday? The Korean group just slaps. I did not. Any other data that could catalyze some movement today? No, probably not. I guess consumer credit at 3 o'clock. Used car prices are already in. They're down. That's not good for Carvana. Holy fuck, they're down a lot. No, probably. I mean, some of the like rig counts might affect oil, but I doubt they're going to affect anything significantly. Was what a Freudian slip? I've put on various regional banks. I chose based on my roulette wheel. This is how I thought you risk managed a port. Why am I down then? Is it crime? That's the only explanation I could think of. So all the sold puts got saved by today's price action on SPX. I mean, saved for now. They are not at risk anymore. I'm surprised at this market reaction to news that will force the Fed to consider more rate hikes. Is this just the pumpers taking every possibility to shake off bearish positioning? I mean, they also have to get out of their bullish positioning, right? Got any other reading recommendations that are thick books? My buddy needs to level his house. If Fubo breaks $2 today, what celebration do we do? I don't know. Whichever one you want. I somehow doubt it will. Volume starting to dwindle. I guess if it can maintain these prices, then that looks good. But if it doesn't, meh. Why is that pulling back up? 41.15, 41.20, 25.30. Cut the put? Yeah. Go long here. I don't really like long either. I'm just gonna wait. Maybe I'll pick up some longer dated puts. No, I don't think Ally is next. But no comment. When stopping the shorts on banks like 2008 be a catalyzing movement? They didn't stop the shorts on banks. I mean, they'll all inevitably get scooped up by the FDIC, right? That's what the FDIC does. So I don't see how shorting the index. I mean, the index is not going to be as good as the banks themselves. There was a couple news reports about the SEC possibly restricting short selling on banks, but the SEC said they're not doing that. Who's next on big cap earnings? I need to make a lot of money back. Yeah, they did it in 2008, but less risky. Is it? I mean, if there's no more failures, till like MBSs become a risk, right? If there's no more like significant treasury duration risk, then you could be sitting on their shorts for months, maybe like as long as a year. Wouldn't the index be better if the bank stocks get frozen so your puts don't expire worthless, though? That is some protection, yeah, on the ETF side. Although the ETF could just fail because it's providing short liquidity to short the banks, right? Yeah, Fubo can still run more. Probably. I mean, it's got more liquidity that hasn't been realized. I don't even think it's broken its trend on the intraday. But if you have shares at $1, who gives a fuck? SPX. See, that's really weird. I don't know. I think they're trying to do the. I feel like they're trying to do the 0 DTE like futures pump thing, but it's not working very well. Like they keep picking up like big blocks of OI on SPX at like 41.30 and then dumping them. Maybe they're afraid of getting rugged. Like usually when they do this, they just stack the call side of the chain all the way up. A little better. So just don't trust this, I guess, is the answer. 4120 fail. So now I can pick up my 4110 again. It's not even much cheaper. Oh, hey, GME's doing a thing. Is Fubo pressuring the basket? No. Hmm. One second. Fubo's really heavily shorted. If too many of those shorts piled in at $1, they could be in trouble. Why would I buy back my covered calls? Sell more. I'm not gonna buy them back. Pulte bought 1,000 shares. Um, Spy's going to 416 today. It's inevitable. What's it at? It seems out of reach still. Are they just pumping the market so we can do a proper crash with CPI next week? Jimmy's still at 500k volume. 600. So I'm talking about Fubo squeezing. I'm getting all bricked up. Well, the last time it got a lot of pressure at a really low price, it ran pretty hard. And that was back at like $2. It didn't do too bad on off of 180 either. It's been a while since it had any kind of significant liquidity realization. Like the last time was like back in Jan. So, and after that, I mean, liquidity's just gone basically straight down. So, I don't see why it wouldn't have a little bit of pressure at least. The call chain's stacked pretty heavily. So about 6K, 1950, and 20C on GME, 0 DTE. Are they gonna sell them now? SPX going to reverse here? I don't know. I'm waiting to see what it does. I want to say no. Still more slow grind up. But it's kind of hard to tell. There's still not a lot of like support to the downside. Like the only strikes holding this up, the only strike holding this up is 41.15. And if there's any profit taking from that, it's gonna slip. So it's kind of a dangerous bet. I feel like I should be selling some covered calls here, although IV's not moving up a lot. Yeah, IV still sucks. June? Yeah, June's a little better. Hmm. Ooh. Might as well risk off Jimmy if you think the market is gonna dump. I don't know. Someone buying, I mean, it could just be the zero DTE purchase, right? That's a big block of contracts. Add the money. Do you expect new lows for the month at some point, maybe 4,000? Or do you expect we might trade kind of in the same range for a while? I think it's possible that we don't see 4,000 till like after CPI PPI. Didn't Jimmy kind of pop around this time a year ago? May OPEX, yeah. It ran during May OPEX. What do you make of Meta showing relative weakness compared to its index technical breakdown? I mean, they also did like a $9 billion like capital raise, right? So dilution as well. And maybe it was their 30% down year over year performance across the board. According to my arbitrary diagonal line I drew on the chart, this is the top. Well, I can say this much about where we're currently positioned. It's either the top or the bottom. it's like I don't know. I don't want to buy an intraday straddle on it, but that probably wouldn't even be the worst idea. It could probably move kind of either way and maybe rapidly. I mean, they're trying really hard to bring the price up. They're buying a lot of calls, but like we're not moving into those calls, right? So, the delta on them isn't really helping them a lot. And we're still below like sufficiently below gamma neutral. So they can't let any sell off happen or we'll slip below where they are positioned on the call side. What was yesterday's news for Nvidia? Shut the fuck up, half square. You have leaps. Um Not only do you have leaps, you have leaps that you bought at like what, 270, 280? Hmm. All right, random GME bull. Let's see what you got, bud. Throw some delta on the chain. Yeah, the market maker didn't want me to buy those for 14 cents again. I was about to sell 519 CCs for Jimmy, and then you threw me for a loop looking at June. And that was a great idea to sell CCs beyond a few weeks. I can buy them back. Can you? Well, if the market breaks up here, I'm going to make a bunch of money. Because I just bought a obscene amount of 2050 calls. Ooh, 30%. Did you talk about why we're ripping on such bad jobs data? It's bad for the Fed. The Fed doesn't want jobs data improving. Corporations do. That means more people, more paychecks, more money. How about so many 2050 calls? This is fun. That was a good choice, right? The market maker was kind of fucked right there. Seemed like a good time to buy. In 2050 were dirt cheap. Not anymore. Boom. Let's fucking go. Lenixis wasn't right at all. He blew up his paper trading account again. This is the most fun I've had with Jimmy in months. Let me enjoy it. Tippy update? They don't move fast enough. But some liquidity, there's some covering. Very, very little, but some. I just got 6,500 shares worth of Delta on GME for 15 cents a share. Market about to downscore? No, it's still got support at 41.15. It has to fall below 41.15 to like actually slip the call interest. Lame. Oh, that was fun. Yeah, I got stopped out of them. Are long dated puts moving at all? On what, on GME? On SPX? No, I don't think so. I mean, we kind of want to see 40.50 and 4100 drop off on the upside here. So I think we'd like to see their short puts fall off. 519. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look like they're closing a lot of the 4,000 ones just yet. Uh, no, I don't think so, but we're above like the fast gamma, which moved up to 4107.50. Do you think Jimmy will revert to mean today before market close? I mean, it's possible, yeah. There were some ETF FTDs today, but like not a lot. I think we only had, what's today? 5.5. We had like 400,000 of them. But with the market pressure, you can get some price action out of it. I made like 100%, or like 110% on the calls. It was worth it. $400K. I mean, that's pretty close to the volume that came in. I know it was call driven. Well, it may have been call driven, or it may have just been the covering and they didn't hedge the calls. I have no idea. I mean, I set a stop as soon as I was up, right? Well, not as soon as I was up, but right after I was up. Most of those are sold, inking. I wonder how much of the pickle jar just got burned buying GME calls there. Some people just can't shake GME. I mean, sometimes it does fun stuff. You just gotta take your profits and walk away though when it does. Ooh, am I gonna get another entry? I don't like this one as much. Oh, they uppriced them this time. Fuckers. Nah, I'm not gonna play that again. If the market's gonna move, though. Hmm. $41.20. I do want to actually get a 41.25 pedal here. Okay, good choice. Yeah, 15 cents, 14, 15 cents, they were a steal, but at 18 cents, yeah. I'm not greedy. I didn't buy them. I didn't buy anything. When you're buying far out of the money for Vega plays, what Vega are you looking for? I assume you mean on SPX? I don't have like a specific number that I'm looking at. I mean, I generally just want to ensure that it has decent Vega. I mean, the higher multiplier per dollar spent, the better. Wow, I'm bankrupt. Nice. Okay, you have to file that with a court and use a lawyer, popcorn trader. You can't just tell us about it. Are you selling any CCs on Fubo or just trying to wait to see if it pushes up to $2, $3? I'm waiting. I still think there's a lot of liquidity that needs to be realized on Fubo. I don't know if today is going to provide enough pressure for us to realize that liquidity. He's a lawyer. Sorry, blown up port. Oh, okay, that's better. He's not a lawyer. I thought you were buying. Wait, last night you said you were buying SPY 405Cs for June today. How did you blow your port up? Also in Somalia, you just have to type it out in YouTube chat and it's legally binding. Are we ever getting any sustained downside, like 5 to 10% total over 5 to 10 days on SPX? Is it too illiquid to support staying down? It seems like as soon as puts take profit, it shoots up. That's what happens when puts take profit. That's always, it's an index. It's got a constant flow of buy pressure. But we had a lot of downside yesterday. It's only reasonable that, you know, our oversold position would bounce back a little. As long as it makes a lower high, then it's all good, right? Don't you dare bring me a higher low. God, that drum solo. I'll listen to that song now. Did you see Fubo getting shorted back down to $1 range again in the next month? Maybe. Let's see what it does before then. Serious question, do you think by June 16, 385 puts have enough theta to be profitable? I'm currently down 75%, and I can't set a stop? Thanks. Why can't you set a stop? What are you using, Cash App to buy your options? Why did the market maker just film me on that fucking call? What's up with SPX? It seems super stagnant intraday. The call side is trying very, very, very hard to push through the market maker and gain some ground where they have support. They've gained enough, I think, at this point, but they're definitely trying to gain more. I think the Bulls win today. 41-35 maybe. Or at least that's what I think they'll try for. Which probably puts us right about at our 1 standard deviation. Still well within the downtrend, but near the top of the channel. Right? I mean, look at futures. Futures is a little better to look at for stuff like this, but you know, we have a pretty definitive down channel here. Does this go further back? Maybe I can look at this on like the 15. There we go. So maybe like today's volatility brings us back near that 40-50 range. And that'll put well, at least the last of the calls that expired today in the money. And the bulls are better positioned there going into CPI, PPI than they would be if we were trading sub 4100 or 4110. And they're pushing hard enough that I don't see how they lose. They're buying so many fucking calls. It's not doing a lot, but they're buying a ton of them. Which if we look at like our trading range for the week, you know, kind of puts us right here on the bounce. Yeah, VIX is cheap today. I'm probably gonna pick up some more long dated puts. Unfortunately, I took profit on my call side, the call side of my straddle at like 41.15. I mean, it was up a lot, but I have a few calls for the intraday, so I'm not super worried about the offsetting. Also made a bunch of money on GME, so that was cool. Is there a reason you said 70? Purposely misread my question and said 75%, even though I clearly wrote 25%? No. Crazy. What's wrong with you? Are you trying to gaslight me? We might see more volatility towards close, but I don't think not right now. Right now there's a very concentrated uh, effort to get SPX to 4130. I finally worked up the courage to sell GME CCs again. You know what, it gets really easy? When you stop giving a shit if you get assigned. GME hasn't had any big plays since November 2021. Were you not around for March? March 22. March 22, May 22, August 22. Those are all pretty good. I mean, it just depends on how you're positioned for them, but there's plenty of opportunity. I want to open another brokerage account for non-degenerative trades, such as fixed income. What are the better brokerages? For shit like that, like probably like Fidelity. Vanguard's a bitch to use, but they're safer. They should be safer. Um, Schwab's okay, but it's a little degen. I mean, it doesn't matter what brokerage you use, really, right? And make sure they're stable, but aside from that, yeah, it doesn't really matter what brokerage you use. It's just it's determined by you being a degenerate or not. Like if you're gonna take all your drip dividends and fucking YOLO them into zero DTEs, it doesn't matter where you keep your fixed income shit, right? Look at your range bound chart. It seems you're about $2 off in your upper and lower expectations. Kind of disappointing, not gonna lie. I expected better. Yeah, I need to focus more. Yeah, I've been a little bit distracted lately, but I'll try to get on top of it. I can't believe that I was $2 off in this week's price range on both sides for a total of $4. 0.0001% of the index, right? Like, it's shameful. I'll try to do better in the future. I know it was disgusting. I no, I accept it. Thank God some pickle taught me how to hedge properly, or I'd be having a bad day here. Yeah, today's not so bad with a hedge. Wonder if I should have just taken profits there. No, this is gonna keep clawing up, right? Is everyone just YOLOing into GME on the downside here? That's what this looks like. Did you pull back any in the money GME CCs? Fuck no. Everybody's scared of 4135s, so we should just skip it to 4155. Every time I oversleep, my call hedge hits hard. You shouldn't oversleep if you're straddled overnight. How do you see SPX IV will hit on CPI data? How high? Oh, I don't know. I mean, it might move the VIX up like $1 or something. Sylvan, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out into the country club after the stream.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion.
Yeah, 4115 calls are a little skittish here. And 4120, I think this is the biggest problem. 4125 call interest is still weak. Like 4130 is really good, but 4125 is kind of weak. Man, I really don't like the fact that this can just get rugged. I guess I have enough puts that I don't need to worry about it. The chat gets far more annoying as the potential to make easy money goes up. Yeah. Jimmy close above, I mean, more people show up too, right? Jimmy close above 20, or will this sympathy pump die after lunch? I don't know. I mean, I think Jimmy's liquid enough that the market's gonna pressure it, right? If we see another round of covering here, though, like another more volumetric move like we had earlier, then it's possible we see one more pump. But if the market starts to fail, I think the rug will get pulled on GameStop. We are picking up a little more positive beta though. We're getting really illiquid. Have you guys looked at the liquidity charts for GME? And we're probably not going to realize any significant improvements in liquidity until Jesus. I mean like 510, 511. Where the rest of until the ETF FTDs from earnings are all burned out, because there's two sets of them this time, right? There's the pre-earnings, like the pre-OPEX ETF FTDs, which we went through like the peak of last week when nothing happened because the market was dropping, and then we have another bump in ETF FTDs in the intermediate period. Which should be realized between like 5.9 and 5. Well, I guess 5.16. Well, 5.12 and 5.15 are kind of dead. So remove this from the middle, but the rest of it has ETF FTDs. And the highest dates are 510, 511, and 516. We have 880K, 785, and 688. These are all low relative to like what our ETF FTDs used to look like. They're really low. I mean, they're a third to like a fifth of what we used to get for ETF FTDs. So you need a lot more things to align in order to see price action off of them. But days like today, where the market's moving really hard and there's a lot of pressure on internalization, um, that can then pressure the covering period, right? And so when they go to cover the ETF FTDs, you can get some price action. Even though today only had, like 480,000 FTDs, they had to buy those, right? Like they had to buy them, at market and affect price change instead of just rolling them off. Is it time to roll CCs or just buy them back? I mean, I sold a few more. Just out of the money. I'm not gonna take a lot of risk with them, but decent premiums. Correlation is not causation. Dan the garbage prison quant. Another pullback to 41.15. No, they're still pushing with calls. Fubo CCs yet? I mean, you can if you want to. I'm not going to yet. I'm gonna wait a little bit. I don't really think I have any reason to sell covered calls on Fubo. Like, I don't really care if I miss the opportunity. There's FTDs due every day. Those dates are just the highest ones. Like tomorrow, or well, Monday. Monday we have 500,000. Tuesday we have 400,000. Then Wednesday, Thursday, 800, 700. But it's just not very many, right? And if the market turns down, right, like bad CPI data, it's just gonna pull the rug on it. Like, it's not worth playing. If you can get the opportunity to use it to like bleed into some covered calls, then and there's a sufficient pump, then it can be worthwhile. I only bought the GME calls today because there were 0 DTEs, right? And if it moved up 20 cents, I would make 100%. You watching Uranium? Yeah, what about it? No, I don't think. I mean, it's not based on IBKR's data. Will fucking value. So no, it won't have an impact. Yeah, I mean, Uranium should do well. I mean, it's a slow play, but Should be way more excited. What have you done to me? You see any articles about Taiwan's defense minister saying next airspace incursion by China will be considered a first strike? No. Say I got Fubo CC and the bid-ask spread on the contract is like 10 cents. Does it make sense to post a buy offer and sell it again to trade the difference? Or is it a waste of time? You're trying to trade the spread on Fubo CCs? I'm confused. Oh, you're not going to be able to do that. Like, just from an execution standpoint. This uptrend is so weak. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of negative gamma. Would you agree that we either get more bank failures or more rate hikes, but not both? More rate hikes would probably mean more bank failures. The banks are always going to get saved. Why are there a metric fuck ton of 4100 Ps coming in? Well, they're either being sold. There aren't. Like 4100 is contested, but there's not a metric fuck ton coming in. Are you guys using Trading Vol? Trading Vol is useless. It's a big useless sack of shit. It is not worth the cost per month. I tried to calculate gamma max on SPY and I got hashtag value. I think this is bullish. I guess in hindsight, I should have taken profits on my June puts yesterday. Now down to break even. More downside in near term, or better to cut now and reposition later? Yeah, profit taking yesterday probably would have been a good idea at the lows. I mean, you have till June. You have a decent amount of time before you need to really worry about them. Are we trading outside of the range that you bought them in? Is averaging down a better choice, or just repositioning entirely? I mean, you got a weekend coming up. I think I did that on Fubo last September, October when the bid ask was super wide. About $1 on deep in the money calls. I raised the bid and sold my calls. Okay. I mean, someone will, if you set a fair price on them, someone will, like, probably buy them. Can you make Jimmy go back down? I'm doing huge on shares. I'm down huge on shares, and all my CCs are out at 19 for May. I don't think you need to worry about those. You can always roll your covered calls, you know. You never actually have to be assigned on covered calls. If you really don't want to be assigned. Decently profitable below 40.50. Oh, so you're way out of the money. That's the problem. I mean, you're going to feel more pain today because VIX is down. Hmm. Yeah, EPAM had earnings today. Although I thought their earnings were good. Maybe their guidance was shitty. That doesn't. I'm not short EPAM or long, so it doesn't really matter. Well, at least to me. China will probably test this to see what Taiwan will do, which means Taiwanese jets in the air with Chinese ones. Collision could set off a powder keg. Also, plenty of U.S. carriers in the area. Do you think planes just run into each other frequently? I dare walk into Sendikofi. What's up, JC? How you doing, man? Can you provide a better source than Trading Vol? There's none out there so cheap, and it's definitely better than nothing. I mean, you could do it yourself with CBOE data and Excel, and it would probably still be more accurate. I mean, the data you're looking at is arguably useless, though. That's the problem. I mean, positioning on the SPX chain can shift in 5 ticks. You guys are all just sitting in that channel jerking each other off and confirming your biases over gamma charts, but they don't tell you as much as you think they do. Look at the Ko-Fi mod who finally decided to show up. I'm not a planologist, like someone who studies planes. Really? But I've seen a Top Gun too, so yeah, I think they can run into each other all the time. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Breaking down here? No, well, no one's stopped buying calls yet. That's fine until I saw the lack of Guybrush. Well, you were gone, so Guybrush has to go into retirement, right? That's because of the UFOs, James. Relax. You said there could be a second GME pump. What point would give you confidence it's not happening? I don't know. If it breaks down below VWAP here, I guess. I mean, I kind of don't care if a second one happens anyway, but y'all believe in plans? Wonder if I could do cool things with VWAP on here. Nope. They still haven't added anything to it. Lamb. Fuck, man. It's impossible to make money on these calls. They gotta push for 41.35 at some point, right? Otherwise, what the fuck did they spend all this money on? Put buying? Does it seem like puts are coming in same as calls? No, not really. There was a bump in put volume at 4,100, but there was also a bump in call volume at like 4,125 around the same time. 4,130. So, I mean, those could have very well just been sold in order to buy more calls. I mean, you feel really comfortable selling 4,100s today if you knew that you could keep the price above, 4,120 or 4,115 into close, right? I'm once again asking you to formally asking you to manage/save my portfolio. I can't, man. 4135 on SPX. Futures should already be pretty close or above that. Yeah, futures are testing 4140. I think they want to hit 4150 because there's still sellers up there that did not get out on the drop like yesterday morning. Or well, I guess Tuesday night through yesterday morning. All right, I guess this time I'll put the stop on these because it's getting a bit close. The longer this goes on, the harder it gets to hold the call side of my straddle. I cut mine earlier. Like back here. I mean, do you really care at that point, right? Like, I mean, if it rejected at 41.15, we were gonna go back down. And it was already $75 in the money. So it's like it must be nice if something doesn't go your way, you just make it do it. Well, I mean, not always. You can't always do that. I don't need all the explanations. Just tell me when to buy more puts. Say the regards who lose all their money. Am I right? Generally. I mean, we were oversold. I started talking about this yesterday morning, even the night before yesterday morning. You know, we were oversold on the back of large numbers of 0 and 1 DTE puts, right? So eventually there was going to be capitulation from these positions. Now we're overbought. I mean, we're not overbought, but this can still, this is just like a stop loss hunt, which nailed me, but whatever. Unless SPX falls below 41.15 substantially, there's no downside today. Yeah, if future sellers are going to come in, then that's really good for us. Still got to break 41.15 though. People think you have a crystal ball. I mean, I don't. You definitely do. It's not, yeah, it's an orb. Yeah, I messaged YouTube about the music stuff. They haven't, I don't think they've responded yet. But that was odd. I didn't get any strikes. I got like the claims, which is what you should get. So I don't know what the issue was. Is it normal that Jimmy has not mentioned any forward guidance for almost 3 years? It's like a move that other companies have made. You mean Apple? It's because Ryan Cohen thinks he's fucking Steve Jobs. How's your Fubo doing? It looks like it's blowing up a little bit today. I mean, synthetic longs at $1 did pretty well today. The rest of it, meh. Not a lot yet. The Muse song? I forget the name of it. Ryan Cohen is to Steve Jobs what GME is to Apple. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Lord knows I'm trying. Can I link my old YouTube to a new Discord, or does it ban the YouTube as well? And before do my own research. Um, this is Watkins. You're banned until the market crashes. If you relink a fucking Discord, I'm gonna ban you again. I can unban your fucking account whenever I want. Don't make a new one, you son of a bitch. I just tuned in for today. Is this bounce on SPX just more repositioning for the short calls below 4,000? Some of the 4,000. So some of the longer dated sold 4,000 puts have sold off today, but not a lot of them. I don't think those are going to sell off unless we get like bad CPI, PPI data. Or something crazy happens over the weekend. I missed yesterday. Did Kendro ever get over the temper tantrum about timeouts for trying to steal JC's mod job? I don't know. I didn't check. I assume Kendra can't live without me, so. And that's mutual. Expand his ban timeline like prisoners, like prisons do when prisoners escape if he makes a fourth account. Make him ban him until the bull market. Do you think we stay near the 41.35 range until CPI PPI, or do you think we can get some downs after settlement early next week? I think it's possible that we may drift more towards like 4100, 4080 into CPI PPI. It's time to tell people you spent all your attendees on the Orb of Osavox. It creates an impenetrable magic shield that allows its user to dictate the SPX range within $2 on each side for a week. Ah. Shut up. What? Never mind. Thanks, Paris, for outing me. I don't know if that was a stop loss hunt. Are you confused about it? No, I think some of the 4150 futures decided to take $10 less. That doesn't mean the rest of them will. Is bane of so many people's existence. I love it. Oh, me. Kendra would never betray me. When is PPI CPI? Next week. I have high hopes that this walk-in origin story. I haven't seen a good one since Iron Man. Oh. No, don't. It's gonna disappoint you. How can you tell the difference between stop loss hunt and a sell-off or call capitulation? I mean, it's all the same thing, right? A call capitulation you can tell because the OI falls off the chain, right? It's getting more bullish. Create another order. 550. Boom. Walk-in origin story is simple. We've covered this a number of times. He is trades. Haven't we been seeing higher lows in SPX since October? Yes. If OPEC cut oil production last month, leading to higher oil prices, is there a faint possibility the market's already having higher, hotter than normal CPI already priced in? Yeah, it could be moderately higher. It wasn't, oil prices weren't up for the entirety of the month, but they were up for a while. They just came down over like the last couple days. Three. Last 3 days. Did you just buy calls, you mad lad? Just like 4 of them. And news from Fidelity to vote on the upcoming GME annual meeting. It's that time of the year again. Oh. Are we tailgating the GME annual shareholders meeting? For your 600th episode, can you sync my mic with your live stream and mouth everything I say? I'll answer all the chat questions to the best of my ability. That sounds awful. Walking as Matt gets, I don't know why people don't seem to get this. Okay. Can we see more upside on SPX today? Yes. And SPY at 380, SPX at 3,800. Best guess. They're usually a little wider spread than that, but roughly, yeah. Like usually like SPX at like 3,800 would be SPY at like 381 or 379. Can you explain what you saw as bullish? What? Oh, like right now? I mean, there's just a bunch of calls that are out of the money and not a lot of puts. And we have downward consolidation. There's a lot of future sellers at 4150. I think they're gonna try to get out from underwater on their positions because they can. And I don't think there's enough pull on the put side for it to make a difference. Also, there seem to be call buyers more than willing to purchase 4115 calls in the money right now, which is gonna protect the downside quite a bit. It's always stand your ground on a segue, walk in 2023. Can we see more downside on SPX today? Yes. /S? No. What? /S, I assume you're being serious. Oh no, that's sarcasm. Remember that guy who came in here for a couple weeks whose username was Bobby to 500 or something? Where is he now? Show yourself? So all posers, charlatans, wannabes, imposters, etc. eat my shorts. No one wants to be you. Don't worry. Least of all anyone here. Oh, I see. What brand crystal ball do you recommend? Jesus. Is it at all slightly possible that SPX could maybe go up and or down? It'll probably do both at various points today. That's the Uber driver who was made fun of by Wall Street Journal. See, it's trades. Okay, I'm starting to believe you. Okay, why did GME run? Upside market pressure and ETF FTDs. Also, a bunch of 0 DTE call buying, of which I may have been a small part. With markets being uncertain about the rate hike pause till mid-June FOMC, is there any bull case in the markets? We're aware of the bear case here, but what could be the bull case? Someone else might buy it higher. I thank God every day for two things: my Bobby in the money puts, and the fact that I'm not walking. Congratulations on that, Nesquik. Seriously. With the markets being uncertain, yeah, I mean the only bull case right now really is like greater fool, right? Like I'll keep buying it, and someone else will eventually buy it for more from me. But aside from that, there's really not even a pause is not a bullish case, right? If the Fed were to pause rate hikes, that's not bullish. Right? We still have yet to realize any meaningful contraction in the labor markets, and growth is only moderately slowed. I mean, it's slowed, but only moderately. The and there's a whole nother liquidity risk crisis that can occur on the failure of commercial property or residential property values, which none of that has been realized yet. Even rate cuts in 2023 isn't bullish. Any predictions for CPI? I mean, well, last time, we had, I think headline will be up a little bit with oil prices rising. I didn't really look at PCE for food, but I think it was up. If I remember correctly. I only like glanced at it. So I would double check that, but yeah, we could see headlines start to pull up as well. I think our month over month gains on core inflation are going to persist though. Can we move out of this channel already? Not until someone gives up. 1111 looks like someone bought sold 12K contracts of both 4125C and P. Any idea if they're just gonna lock us here all day? I mean, that could just be like a short strangle, right? I think 50-cent hike in June is on the table. They got to do something to damage the labor market. But they should have gone just harder, faster. We wouldn't be in this situation. Unemployment goes up, and we're officially in a stagflationary environment, unless we see a meaningful turnaround in inflation over the next 3 months. I would say if unemployment moves above 4%, that's stagflation. And unemployment's a lot closer to 4% than inflation is to 2. Usually going harder faster results in finishing things earlier. Meanwhile, Fiverr and the gig economy exists. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be hard to damage, right? Because it's like contract for hire, right? It's or freelance. I mean, so it's they're never going to be able to have a meaningful effect on that. And so yeah, they'll have to damage the other labor markets more to account for it. I mean, let's be honest. Like the gig economy is not paying the majority of people's bills. Most of those jobs are barely break even for a profit. Will JPAL lose his job for acting too slowly, cautiously? Crash recession basically guarantees the current president does not win re-election. That's not always true. Were Fubo earnings really that good? They were pretty decent, yeah. I think more that their forward guidance is better now. But I mean, Fubo's kind of been chilling there behind the scenes, doing what they do, and they've been doing it pretty well. I'll rephrase my question. Will you please replace JPal? All right, Bulls, this is your shot. Mom spaghetti. Let's go. WHO announcing COVID-19 no longer a global emergency. Bullish? I don't think anyone cares. I've seen so many people in gig jobs who will spend 60% of their day's take home on gas and lunch. Yeah. Oh no, I still have the puts. First off, thanks for the help. Second, I've been in and out of the stream and want to know if you think we can go back to 40-50 early next week, or that will be more likely after CPI. Sub 40-50 is more likely after CPI. But, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen over the weekend. A lot could change. A lot of today's upside price action could just be repositioning for further dated puts. We've had a bunch of, like, little spikes in the VIX. I straddled Apple yesterday. Calls were glorious. Now to cut the puts, 660 and 145 Ps. I have time. Is it too greedy to hope for a dump after the earnings pump this morning, or cut and run? I mean, you might get a better price on them. You're not really, you don't really have any big theta risk for like a couple weeks. So, I mean, you could potentially wait if you want to. Obviously, if Apple keeps going up, that's gonna only make that worse. Apple's new bank will probably fail over the weekend. You mean Goldman? If Goldman fails, everything's gonna crash. That's like, you know, Wells or B of A failing. It's a big deal. Sideways all day. Well, liquidity is drying up in volume, right? Into the midday. So now should be the opportunity for the call side to leverage whatever upside they can squeeze out, right? over the next like 30 minutes to an hour, I expect we'll see at least one attempt by the call side to capture their calls up to the like 41.35 range. That doesn't mean they'll be successful, but I think they'll attempt it. Aren't these VIX spikes just the discontinuous nature of the VIX calculation? It strikes on SPX move, in the money, out of the money. Yeah, except we're trading flat, right? And the auction isn't that often, but yeah, we're trading really flat. How does one determine how much theta is too much theta for a position? I'm opening 616 400 puts, so it got me thinking how far out I should go before I'm paying too much for theta. I mean, I would say you could never buy enough theta. From a risk management standpoint, more theta is always better. Um, but yes, there is a line you want to draw there. I mean, it depends on how many days you think you need until the price action that you're, betting on is resolved. Like how long it will take for that to resolve, right? So your time horizon to realize your price target is pretty important. If it's gonna take like 15 days, maybe, for instance, then 45 days of theta should be sufficient because you're gonna be near or at the money by the time it starts to decay more rapidly. But if you buy like 90 days of theta for something that's going to happen in the next couple of days, you've probably overspent. And then, every position is going to be different though. The spike at 111 was when we moved across 4100, 4120 or 1111, sorry. That's also put interest comes in on the drop, right? Like algorithmically. I mean, yes, moneyness factors into it, but there's other effects as well. We are inside the JPM collar. I think we're inside all of their collars currently. Like all three of the hedged equity funds. I called Schwab to confirm you can have your money in the money market fund like SWVXX and then still use that money for CSPs. Okay. Yeah, I know Fidelity lets you do it, but each broker has probably different rules regarding that. But generally speaking, yeah, your cash collateral can be, making you money as well. Like I have a lot of cash in treasuries right now that I'm then margining, right? I thought the top was like 38.50. That's where the puts are. It's 38.85, but that's where the put position is. I think the call position's at like 4,300 or 4,320. I know they shifted it after hours. So the money market returns are kind of nuts right now. They're all my problem is they're all like a small haircut on like actual treasury returns, right? So like the money markets will be like 4.165, and then like the 2-year will be at like 4.25. So like why not just get 2-year treasuries and use those as cash? I mean, I'm not sure if everyone can use treasuries as cash collateral, but and that is definitely broker dependent, but um like the treasuries seem like a better deal at that point. It doesn't make a huge difference, but that also depends on how much money you're holding with them, right? I mean, I'd hope you're doing better than 9% annually on CSPs. I thought they bought 3880p, sold 3260. Yes, but a collar first and foremost is a sold call for credit, right? So they sell the puts and they sell the calls, and then they buy puts. So the long short is at 38.85. And then the short puts are at 32.60. So if it falls under 32.60, they buy SPX at 32.60, right? Are they giving up on 41.35? Not yet. I mean, treasuries are same as cash. And the benefits are you continue to collect the yield on the treasury while using your treasuries to fund your brokerage account. That's what the big boys do. 41.50 end of day, then market crash Monday. I don't know if we see 41.50. That's a stretch. Short duration treasuries, fine. I don't know if Fidelity. I don't really use Fidelity for anything besides GME and GME covered calls. So I'm not really sure. What Fidelity allows you to do with treasuries. I'm sure they have some way to facilitate that though. Wall and PACW will have trouble this weekend. That's possible, yeah. That's on BTU synthetic long, $25 Jan 25 sold puts, July 23rd, July 23 bought calls. Don't like it. Too much. You're going too long on the leverage. Like Jan 25 sold put, maybe Jan 24 leap, but there's risk there, right? I know you're just trying to get as much call leverage as feasibly possible, but you'd have to get those calls like really, really close to the money, right? Or even in the money at that point. Should be doing like the BTU. First of all, the spread is atrocious on this, by the way. And then you're going, what'd you say, July 23? Yeah, I don't like this. The underlying's not super volatile, and that's where you'd benefit the most. You're just trying to maximize leverage, right? But like, why not have like the Jan, right? And then like you can do Jan 24 2-1. And you have you have a much longer period to get out of your $25 put. Synthetic longs on BTU are only just okay, right? It's not like a high IV stock where you can make a shitload of money on the bump. Like it's probably really unlikely that BTU will see IV over like 70%. Unless there's like a market crash or something. So yeah, I don't love it. This future's gonna fucking finally bounce. Jesus, it's taking forever. Clifford Fine Fabric Care, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you
I'm gonna be one of those super long days where they fail to get their top end calls profitable for the next 2 hours, then push super hard at the end of the day to at least cash settle break even. That's possible, yeah. Ever do school of stock videos and different option strategies? Maybe. I don't know if I ever do school of stock videos again. I really don't like making videos. Sorry, I stepped away for a bit. Is it correct to read is it it is a correct read to say that it looks like the bulls are done and we're turning around if it slips 41.15-ish. Yes. Yeah, I think that's a pretty hot take. Bullard going to send this thing back to 4100? Maybe. When's Bullard speaking? Bullard speaking. I need to set a stop. How much risk am I going to take on this? 6% haircut. Okay. That looks kind of bullish. And that looks good. How's the call positioning looking? A few more calls. Bulls are getting a little more confident here. What's a CPI PPI next week? I mean, until you go look it up, but it's usually Tuesday, Wednesday. Or Wednesday, Thursday. It could be Wednesday. Yeah, it should be Wednesday, Thursday this time. Because I think last time it was Tuesday, Wednesday. Or Wednesday, Thursday? Okay, thanks. One PM FOMC Bullard speaking. Okay, so we got time. Go fuck yourself, Continental. They pump before Bullard? That's what I'd do. You don't want the fucking Fed coming out and saying bearish shit about the labor data this morning, right? I don't know. Last time Bullard wasn't really that hawkish, if I remember correctly. He usually is. Off. Me. Paid simp. He's a non-voting member. The market doesn't care. Girk, I was late to work and it's like ruining my day. I'm sorry. Why were you late to work? Create order. New order. Buy $5. There we go. Hmm. Okay. Mm. Like how a non-voting member has more sway over the actual market than the chairman. Pac W up 80%. Damn. Still down 50. Okay. A 100. This is my first Friday off for the summer, and this is how the market wants to act. Yep. Bear song? For what? Any capitulation or just a stop hunt? Kind of looks like a stop hunt. Yeah, sub 4130 on ES is bearish. If CPI comes out flattish, the market will pump. I mean, the reaction of the market's actually really nothing to flat CPI. Generally, those days we don't see any kind of bullish realization and price action following the better PPI data we do. PPI's been doing better for some time, but that's how the bullwhip works, right? But usually, yeah, over that 3-day period, if CPI is flat, PPI is down, then we see ups. Except for the last 2 months, no one's really given a shit because they knew what the Fed was going to do at this meeting, right? Like, it was like 95% the Fed was going to do 0.25. But now they don't know what the Fed's going to do, and that could change things. Also, if headline and core are up, that's not really going to be flat, is it? If I take my profits on PSX, SPX calls now, I think we're going to bump back up. If I leave, then I feel we will head down. This is how things are going today for me. I see. I feel like this resistance at 4120 shouldn't be so significant. The calls way outnumber the puts. It's like almost 2-1 at the strike. If the Fed pauses, the market will rocket. Yeah, and then inflation will go up and it'll get scared again. No, Lenixis already blew up his paper trading account. They're likely selling off those 4125C contracts as it bumps up slightly. Looks like they got more of them. No more brick taking profits. Don't be scared. 1% daily compounding is a 250% gain a year over year. Holy sideways trading, Batman. I may work if we're going to do this all day. Yeah, this is super fucking boring. Well, 5-minute opened red. There's not a lot of there's not a lot of longer momentum on like the 15. So if we're gonna break up, I think we need to do it moderately soon. Or they're gonna have to start buying a lot more calls to offset the market maker dumping their hedge. Bulls aren't feeling so bullish today. If SPX slips 4115, what's our downside potential for today? I don't know, like 4095, maybe 4090. There's really no positioning there right now, so we'd have to see where the positioning comes in. But I'd say like, yeah, like 4090, 4080 at most. Yeah, we'd probably be lucky to see sub 4100. And the level we care about is 41.15. It's getting very close. Okay. Phew. I tried to get my lucky calls. Sneaky. Let's just fill the gap to the downside, leave a gravestone doji on the daily, and crash Monday as 3 more banks fail this weekend. That'd be cool. I'd be okay with 3 bank failures over the weekend. Ooh, I don't like that. Yeah, ES is still holding above 41.30. VIX isn't doing anything, though. Just like flat. The US banking system is sound and resilient. Maybe they don't want 41.35. This could all be for put buying. I think a lot of it is for put buying. Right? The whole move is put repositioning. Y'all see Berkshire's trying to remove Buffett from the board? Really? I did not see that. That's crazy. $522, 4100p, decent theta for CPI PPI next week. Hold. That doesn't sound too bad. Why do you need to buy it now though? If you're buying it for CPI PPI specifically, wouldn't you want to wait until next week to enter it instead of carrying the weekend theta? Dude has like 15 breaths left. He's still a better investor than anyone here. And probably anyone at Berkshire. Cheaper puts is tempting with VIX around 17. Yeah. I mean, I saw I saw like him and Munger's thing from the last annual meeting, and he seemed more than cogent. He's never gonna phase out. But if they replace him, they'll lose like half their shareholders. Like if they try to force him out, that won't be good for them. Isn't Munger older? What's up, Greg Perry here? Now that I know much, this SVX chart is looking pretty bearish on a consistent basis on every time frame. I don't think this thing is going to break up. Lower highs all around. It's possible it won't. Although downward consolidation's generally bullish. So on the 1 and 5 minute right now, it still looks bullish. I think yes, the longer term time frames it's bearish. That's why my puts are further dated. And my calls are for today, right? Buffett died 5 years ago. This is his hologram. Have you talked about further possible Fubo dilution? Since our annual meeting voting has it as an option. I think they said something in their forward statement about being better on the cash flow side, so I don't think they need to dilute. But they've had a shelf offer for some time anyway, so it wouldn't matter if they added to it or not. There's already one that exists. Plus, Buffett is petty as fuck. If forced out, he would probably spend the entirety of his wealth to fuck the ones that pushed him out. Maybe. I have them all over the place. Frat technician. Nice try, though. What if Buffett gets uploaded into a NVIDIA AI mainframe? How does one upload someone? 24 dislikes today. Did you say something scandalous? No. Who gives a shit? Not walking. Put their pickle. What? I don't even want to bother reading this. Hold on 1 second. Yep. Just another worthless comment from Walken without any thought put into it. Goddamn motherfucker. AI mainframe is reserved for billionaires. Us plebs get AI meme frame instead. Still interested? Nah, I'm alright. I hope Buffett doesn't go the way of RBG. When the lib court needed her most, she croaked instead of retiring during the Obama administration. Yeah, Munger at least 600 years old. Pretty sure he helped Mama Medici create that whole double entry accounting thing. Hey Gurk, my glorious Minerva bags are a bit lighter. I was legging out when they got rugged from 12. Still holding some. Thoughts on continued upside held in a non-options account? Minerva? Which one is that? I don't even know what fucking stock you're talking about. Nerve? Who the fuck owned that? That was like a one-day play. You held that shit? Goddamn motherfucker. Fubo DM that won't fit in here, raid dilution. We're confident that our cash balance is sufficient to fund our operating plan until we achieve positive cash flow in 2025. Accordingly, we have no plans to utilize the at the market program based on our current outlook. Bullish. Okay, so there's your answer. From their mouth to Atomic's DM to my mouth to your ears. But yet they want us to approve it in the voting. I mean, you want to ensure that they are well capitalized, right? Ideally. Otherwise, what's the point of investing in their growth? If you're worried about the short positions, there's already plenty of liquidity. Yeah, I think this is largely repositioning before a bigger drop, Alan. No, it's an offering, right? Oh, okay. They already have an at the money offering. Oh, they're asking for approval for increasing the number of available shares. Oh, okay. I see. I see what's going on. Where are they capped at currently? Yeah, well, Atomic's way over leveraged in Fuba. President Biden says April jobs report was very good news. I mean, it is for him. 400 to 800. Oh, okay. I think about it this way: even if they're 1/5 what Netflix is, there's a ton of value there. There's also pretty good value if they get bought out. Bought a 0508 409p, aiming to close today. Nice. Well, I made back my loss on the spread on these calls, and now I kind of want to put a stop in, but maybe this is the breakout we've been waiting for. Don't fail, you bitch. There we go. Wait, that's 300. Still needs to go up more. You know what? I think I can pull back this stop even more than that. I want to get stopped out on vol. Man, the Bears aren't fucking around today. I like this. Uh, it's up to the futures buyers at this point. It's literally been 2 hours of this. I know. It's the worst. Hmm. SQQQ CSPs aren't terrible if you time them right. I don't know if I'd sell them that far out. I mean, for income, sure, but your chance of assignment's probably going to be pretty small. Just same struggle at 41.20. Why are there so many futures sellers at 41.40? They start moving down? No. I feel like the upside here should be easy. See, this is the shit you have to watch out for when you get a breakout. That's why you don't want to get your stop too close too soon. Fuck. Oh, wait. Nope. Yeah, the worst part is they still just look like stop loss hunts. So buying 40 cents lower. I'm trying to do the math on these. Ah, you bitch. Oh, okay. 40 cents. 30 cents. Okay, so I made back the first spread plus 10 cents a contract. So I'm still underwater. $1.20. How's the OI looking? Like fucking exactly the same. A little bit more calls coming in. Um, mm, a little bit of puts closing at 40.75, but those might be sold. Those are pretty far out of the money. Heavily biased, but how is there still more upside when we're 140 BPS up on the day? I mean, there's positioning to the upside. That's how. And there's not a lot of upside here. Like like fucking $15 maybe. So there might be like another 30 BPS of upside left, and that's kind of a stretch. I'd be surprised if we break with all the resistance. I'd be pretty surprised if we break like $13 to the upside. I'm not into that, Bob. Thanks for the offer, though. Sound the alarms. Tom Lee is not adding any more risk. The perma bull is bearish. Batten down the hatches. No one gives a shit what Tom Lee says. About a 4090p. The calls will print now. Thanks, Jess. I only listen to Tom Lee. Has that ever made you money? Dork cares? I doubt it. I don't know how they have a man. I need to get some outside capital into Pickle Financial. The fact that some of these fucking analysts even have a job is unbelievable. The fucking guy was calling for like SPX 5000 through the entire first half of 2021 or 2022 rather. Last week he said SPX 4750. Uh Is he really an analyst or a cheerleader? I don't know. He gets paid slots on CNBC. The Bulls are trying, all right, NW? Don't shame them for running out of money. It's not their fault all the liquidity dried up. Wait, what's up, Melon? Who wouldn't want to slut around on CNBC? Exactly. Maybe Kramer will let me wash his hair. Does anybody remember my original buy-in price on these fucking 4125s? Was it 630? I think it was 630. Was the market straddling Bullard's speech? Um, Strangling? More like? I sent you a DM on Discord. We found Watkins' new profile. I'm sure he's not trying to hide himself. Jesus Christ. I had to switch the stream to mobile. Stream adverts have gone from stock picks and crypto pumps to buy gold after it ripped, and now to gun holsters. What's YouTube trying to tell me that you're not prepared? I'm up 30% on my port. I could have blown it up. What do you I'm kind of missing your whole conversation here. Something about 90C weeklies? My IBKR options data was delayed. Why don't you pay for real-time data? It's like $1. I mean, if you're spending thousands of dollars on options contracts, you'd think you'd spend $1 to make sure that the price of them was real time. Holy shit, my Weeble line didn't like fly off into the other side of the chart. I wonder if this is make or break for the Bulls. They got the consolidation in the upper range, so if they're gonna go hard, now's the time. Or just get absolutely fucking wrecked. Did you do the Weeble update this morning? Probably not. It's expecting $5,000 at the dollar store, but you're not sure if it actually costs $1 or $6 per item. Well, it's a dollar store. Oh. Yeah, it's like $1.30 or something. You always have to pay for data. Strangled this level with 5, 12, 411 calls and 410, 519 puts. Terrible idea. I don't know. What's SPY trading at? Ooh, they're not pricing down the calls this time. That's interesting. Or are they? And no one's selling them. Jesus fucking Christ, this is so boring. But does Weeble have ES? No way. This account's about to get way more fucking degenerate if that's the case. I entered Lily 360 June puts before earnings. Ugh. Anyway, we have passed Gamma Max, and when we see some turnaround, looking to add puts at a higher strike and further out. I know it pulled back a little this morning. Yes, it's above Gamma Max. I didn't check Gamma Max this morning. I'm sure Gamma Max moved up one more time. Still T+2. 1 second. So yeah, I crossed Gamma Max yesterday, testing Gamma Max today. So Gamma Max today is 429.17. Um 400s, maybe. Yeah, I mean, if you can get fills, 400's probably going to be the strike where put interest accumulates. And then the weeklies will fall off the chain today. impossible to make money in anything with this bullshit. No, Gamma Max isn't real time. He warned us not to buy puts before earnings, so I can only blame myself. I mean, I started buying some early because they take so long to get a fill on. Like it can take days to get a fill at your ask or bid. Well, both actually if you're selling options on it too. Thoughts on Moss at this price? It's in the range where I like it. I haven't bought any yet, but I'll probably sell some CSPs as we move towards the end of today. I mean, I think the market's turning down over the next like couple weeks, so I'm not really bullish on anything. Oh, there we go. Fantastic. Hmm. Anything actually said here? No, no news. Big chunk of call capitulation, but no puts bought. No, Bullard speaks in 10 minutes, I think. That was weird. Bear trap? Still able to break out? Yeah, I mean, we're right back to where we were a few minutes ago. No, I'm not. I don't think Bullard's available to stream, Dana. But generally speaking, those are those speeches are pretty hard to find. If they're even live streamed. Upside gap filled. Bullish reversal. That looks pretty good on the 5-minute. It's getting expensive to keep this profitable under 41.20 though. Down more than 6K again. Oh, popcorn trader. The bulls will come back galloping down the mountains like Gandalf freeing Minas Tirith. But the light will be green. I see. So that was just to grab my lucky call hedge, I guess. This is fucking ridiculous. Man, futures is trying so hard to fucking break 41.35, and it's just not going anywhere. Bear trap into bull trap. I don't know. This is all futures. Like the positioning on SPX is barely changed. Futures slipped 41.30 there and got demolished for a second. The buyers came back in, and now they're trying to push through 41.35 yet again, but not successfully so far. Although volume should pick up. The apple of my eye. Thank you, Picklesolemia. Pickles. Pickleselemia? Whatever. It's time to bring on that sweet, sweet copulation. I'm once again asking you to drop SPX to 4,000. You've got like a month. A little more, right? Relax. Okay, we're breaking slightly to the upside of 40.35 now. Or 41.35. Futures are really, really struggling. They've been trying to break 41.35 since 11.45 today. Unsuccessfully. So if they break it here, this is the bull side breakout. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna get there. More volumes coming in. Push, little bulls. So I can break even on this call position I've been holding all fucking day. Yes. Push, little bulls, don't be shy. Kirk's gonna sell his upside buy. Yes. Ah. You think it gets hammered down once they hit it? Probably. All right. Well, a little better than break even. I'll take it. I'm not gonna be greedy and try to get 41.25. Now Bullard's gonna say bullish shit and we're fucking gonna rip to 41.40, but whatever. I'm out. I don't want any more fucking calls today. What a nightmare. 33 ain't shabby. No, it's good. I just don't want to lose money on them. That's all. The extra profit was just icing on the cake. I opened a SPY 405 straddle for 419 yesterday. Thinking about cutting the call. Thoughts on averaging down the put. I think it's better to reposition altogether at a different strike/date. 415 straddle 519 yesterday. I'm thinking about cutting the call. Okay, that's reasonable. Thoughts on averaging down the put. You can. Yeah, you can do that. Or you could use the put as part of like an over the weekend strangle if you want, hoping for more movement into the early part of next week. Although I would say that's awfully wide. Are we floating up on all the puts expiring, selling off? There's not very many puts open today. Most of them are gone. Bullard speaking, supposedly right now, yeah. 1 o'clock. Yeah, no problem, Flocala. Leave 405s as lotto tickets. Yeah, I mean, they should be paid for, right? You got a 100 BPS move. More than 100 BPS move. So, you know, if your puts are paid for and they have theta, there's generally no reason to cut them early. I mean, the over the weekend carry could suck, but I mean, if you're still overall bearish, then you could probably at least get a better exit on them, right? Like even if we drop to like 4100, so like what SPY would move down to like 409 or whatever, you're gonna get a lot more premium closing those there than you would here. Now do I go short? I think I would go short now. So many little gaps on the pump. I wonder if futures buyers will be able to get 4140. Bulls running out of T. Bulls a little skittish. I mean, they're still call positioning, but the biggest problem with the Bulls. Sorry, I just choked on my own saliva. Okay, The biggest problem with the bulls right now is that they're unwilling to hold in the money contracts for very long. What water toothpick do you I have? A water pick. I actually do have one of those. It's awesome. I love that you can adjust your stop from your chart. TOS should have hotkeys. The hotkeys are better, actually. Like it looks cool to be able to do it like in Webull by sliding it, but it actually kind of sucks because you have to confirm the fucking order every time. Like IBKR, I can just use hotkeys and limit up like 10 cents at a time. And they don't have the stupid confirmation window, right? So you can adjust it on the fly a lot faster. Yeah. Well, the problem with Webull hotkeys is I have two instances of Webull running, right? I have this one in the virtual machine, and then I have another instance of Webull running separately. And so I can only use hotkeys on one instance. Wait, what happened to my limit order? Did it fill? Did they cancel it? No, okay, it's still there. What the fuck was that? For some, actually looking at stuff, looking at the stream today, but I like the blue shirt. Thanks, man. It's just it's just a t-shirt, but it's very blue. Kirk looking ruggedly handsome per usual. Thanks, Barodactyl. Is Bullard gonna be hawkish? Or what it or just doesn't address anything about the economy? Usually a hawk. One of the bigger ones. But also a non-voting member. How do you determine your target buy-in prices for stocks you want to load up on? Valuation models? All right, thank you, JC. Get these fresh new tunes. Everybody's crazy about them. For the low price of $9.95, they can be yours now. Also continuing my vow of silence. I personally love my lashings. Oh, Jesus. JC, you promised me no more. Are puts picking up here? Not really. But they kind of also already exist. Zero DTE puts are, yeah, a little bit at 41.20, 41.25. Some 41.30 puts coming in, which is interesting. I wonder if ES is just going to give up on its hopes and dreams of testing 41.50, though. Because it kind of feels like they are. What's going on, NW? Did you see my drive on number 17? Sweet, right? What? I was still deploying the code when that one came in. All set now? Okay. My 41.15 Ps, sure hope so. Okay. Did you not want to sell them here when all the other bears did? Or did you just buy them? If you just bought them, that's not bad. Rachai is have Bullard on the podium since he's not a voting member. It still matters. It'll still have an effect on the markets. A bunch of the non-voting members have had huge effects on the market in the past. Remember that stupid fucking pump? What was it, like 3 weeks ago when what's his face like spoke at the end of the day? What's his fucking name? No, I'm not a voting member. Do you know if it counts as a day trade if it cash settles? It shouldn't. Was it? No, it wasn't bar. I can't remember. I'll look it up. Give me a second. It was Bostic. Bostic came out and said said a bunch of bullish shit. Today's job report is again stronger than expected. Is that it? That's all he had to say? When they misquoted Bostic too. They call me Mr. Boombastic. I may have missed it, but what time is Bullard speaking right now? Labor market's very tight and will take time to cool. Base case is slow growth, declining inflation. Best case or base case? The moves put this move puts the Fed above 5%, but there's a lot of inflation in the economy. Oh, these are the things I like to hear. Give me more of them. Rub them on me. That's the American dream. Should not have a recession as a base case. That's horseshit. I backed the 25 BPS hike. Okay. When do you think they'll quit defining stagflation and actually say it? I mean, they need to. We're not there yet, right? We're actually not within the textbook definition of stagflation yet. Unemployment's still too resilient, but we're heading there. Financial intermediation in the U.S. is not bank centric. See, if the banks are at risk, the banks have duration risk, then the hedge funds have even more duration risk because they're way more leveraged. Interesting. Someone want to do me a favor? Go look at BlackRock and Vanguard's last earnings report and throw me some screenshots of their long-term securities. Bullard said regional banks will do just fine. I mean, the ones that don't fail will. He's not wrong. Hmm. The economy is doing well and loan portfolios are paying. Less hawkish. Was he stalling? Hmm. When I was 17, I was invited to participate in the same program as Kenny G at IBM. We had a competition called the MESE competition, Macroeconomic Simulation Experiment. Placed second. Nice. Who won? We're not experiencing stagflation. No, I know. Not yet. I'm not diminishing his accomplishments. I was just curious. Stalling. Yes, still not testing. Nope, still 50 cents off the 4140 test. Up or down after 4140? I don't know. There could be a little up, right? And positionally, if more contracts go in the money, we might see like a small swing up through it, right? Maybe test 4130, which was my target for today on the upside. At least before failure. No, not SPX. ES OG. SPX might test 4130. Gherk, buy 100 GME calls again. The price is falling. Why would I do that? I made my money on GameStop today. I'm not gonna fuck with it anymore. It's a fickle bitch. I want to know their long-term securities. How do you get these price targets? Simple supply and demand zones? I don't use supply and demand zones. Mostly like options positioning, volume analysis. I do momentum analysis, futures positioning. Any significance if Fubo closes above 150? That's pretty good for it. Stonks only go up. Well, until they go down. I mean, generally speaking, yes. The cool part about downside is even though it's less common, um, unlike well, blue chips and indexes, it happens a lot faster. And it's generally far more profitable. There were like 7 downside gaps. There was a lot of downside gaps on the like bullish reversal. I don't know if there's 7, but there's like 4. There's like 3 little ones and a big one. Hmm. Faster. It took 3 days for us to drop almost as much as we've recovered in the last day. What? See, this is why I think you're an idiot. This is when you say shit like this, it makes you look really dumb. And then when you go on your conspiracy rants, no one listens. We're up 155 BPS in less than a day. Yeah, and from market close on Tuesday to midday Wednesday, we dropped 250. Over the last 4 days, we saw a downside of 340 BPS. What an insufferable dipshit. He hasn't mastered the art of not acknowledging people. I know. Well, I like conflict. It also what's more important about it is, I mean, I do enjoy pointing it out, but I think it's also important that I point it out so people don't think that those who act informed are informed, right? Like Walken's really loud and opinionated, but he's also a complete idiot. Walken, same like super stonk? Kind of, yeah. But by pointing out how Walken is an idiot and why, then other people see Walken's rant and they go, oh, that person's an idiot. I've never once thought that Walken knew what he was talking about. Me either. I sold the call straddle too soon. Yeah. I mean, but why feel bad about it, right? Like you got a ton of profit. I I assume that you exited at like the first test of 41.25 or 40.20. I mean, you haven't really lost, you missed out on a lot. And you took the more risk averse approach, right? And defending your profitability. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't look at the rest of the day and be like, I could have made so much more. You want me to whisper net capital? I don't want to whisper that. Fuck you, Grim, too. Is this going to creep up into close or fail spectacularly into close? We're going to find out real soon, though. Iran Contra. SPX SPY decoupled more over the past few days. Okay, I can actually analyze that, but you gotta give me a second. I gotta move things around. SPX SPY. SPX SPY correlation remains pretty low, but it's starting to drift. SPX ES. ES correlation's starting to fall off a little bit. Like 97 now to like 95% into the end of the week. 98.06 was our high. And now into the end of the week, 95.97. So a little bit of drift there. Actually, SPY is pretty much just at like 99.9. Not too much variation with SPY right now, but futures is drifting. That could be very bearish, actually. Although that may take some time. We don't have an expiration coming now. Next expiration's in June. No, I'm not looking at that long of a correlation window, NW. Mine missed 1.35 per contract, made $4 per contract. One of the hardest things for me was to ignore looking in the rear view. It affects good judgment looking out the windshield. Do you think the positive price action will continue into next week? I mean, could we see 41.80 before we see 40.50? At least with the positioning that is open today. No, I don't think so. And we're already kind of in the upper range of like the bullish call positioning. There's some interest at like 4150 and 4175, but those have been there a while and they're largely sold. Even the 4140s, I think, that were open today are sold. Like beyond like 4140, 4150, it gets kind of turns into a smirk. And then ultimately we always have protection to the upside at that like 4190 level where the like the little collar is. I mean, that's a beautiful rendition of Dido, but I'm not going to read it because I don't like you, Mr. Gold. That's security lending revenue. You think we're gonna risk off again Monday, Tuesday, pre-CPI, or stagnate here? I mean, I think most of our price action today is just like zero DTEs and put repositioning. So we may drop over the weekend. I'm still worried of an end of day sell off. Bulls are not confident. FOMC was bearish as fuck. More banks in trouble and more econ data next week. Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean that's why I picked up the 4115 puts for. I think we could possibly see a sell off into the end of the day. Oh, 1 second. All right. 140. Sorry, my food delivery came earlier than scheduled. That reminds me, I should turn the heat on. 1 second. Did you pick up more calls here, or is this about done? I did not. If we stay at this level, I'll straddle here overnight, but I did not pick up any more calls. Hmm. Apple's still not done. That helps. What are we eating? I've got, I don't know, like roast chicken and potatoes au gratin, I think, and some, like, vegetables. Nope, zero DT calls do not need to capitulate. And we could very well stay in the upper range into close. I think that possibility is just as likely as an end-of-day sell-off. The only reason I'd lean into an end-of-day sell-off is because that's a lot of uncertainty to carry through the weekend, and most of the call positioning is shorter dated. I mean, the potatoes came with it. There was no substitution option. If there was a substitution option, I would have just gotten more vegetables. What are you gonna do with the potatoes? I don't know. Probably eat them. I don't like potatoes. Like I don't actively seek out potatoes, but I don't not eat potatoes. Like given the option, I will choose anything over a potato. The committee thinks it's in the territory of being sufficiently restrictive. Okay. It's not really melting up, it's just testing the price target from earlier. Now all we need is Matthew McConaughey to utter some spiritual voodoo to light this bottle rocket. Hmm. I mean, call profitability is determined over a longer time frame, but calls are profitable today. Calls are significantly more profitable today than they were over the last 28 days. BlackRock FRC holdings, 13 million shares at 121.89. Jesus fucking Christ. That's not a good deal. BlackRock PACW Bank Corp, 11 million shares at 22.95. Interesting. Credit Suisse holdings, I wish you the best. I don't know why you don't like me. I have no enemies. You're not my enemy. I just find you annoying. It's not like more malicious than that. Here's the important one. Dole, $9.65, 33,000 shares. That is the important one. No, never mind. BlackRock is clearly hedged against all systemic risk. My phone is advertising to me that there was an almost $280 million whistleblower payment. Did they find Girk's covered call account? I wish. Carvana gonna do an old school squeeze? Why? Do you have a trading strategy for SPY? No. Hey, Greg, I missed most of today. Is this climb because of repositioning? And will we go down over the next few days, weeks, or did bullish news come out? Thanks. I think a lot of it is driven by repositioning. We have more data next week. It's good to know that you care deeply about each and every one of us and wish the best for everyone. Yeah, sure. Thanks, AZ. Credit on Jan 25, $10 upstart CSV is too good to be true. It's quite good. It's not too good to be true, but it is quite good. Holy shit, that broccoli's overcooked. Ah. SPX finish chart? It very well could. This is a prime sharding opportunity. Yeah, mushy. $3.95 SPY puts May 19. Roll or wait for a better price over the weekend. You're way too far out of the money. Nothing. There's been no reason to play Pickles on Parade, and that's not true. I did play it like 3 days ago. What, you can buy options on Zelle? That can't be real. What is a shart? Like a shitty fart. I've been practicing delta hedging over the last few weeks. It's definitely paid off. I still have some long-term puts down, but made a profit today. Thanks for the teaching. Nice, man. Congratulations. Not a problem. Just so we're all on the same page, shart down, squart up. Yes. Unless you squart down, which is down in excess of a sharding. Any updates to your thoughts on Lily puts? I heard you're buying 400s. Did you close the 360s? No, Gamma Max is like right at the money. 429. I bought one 400p today. That looks like all I got filled on. Gamma Max is 429.17. Upstart 526, $10 CSP premium, too good to be true. 6.5%. That's pretty good. Chips Ahoy, Gurk. Is this the top for SPX? It looks like it's the top for SPX today. $41.35 is pretty well defended. And even $41.30 is, well, moderately defended. I'd really still like to see ES test 41.50, but I don't know if it will. We're a little ways off. Check out the Lily 400p now. The spread is normal for once. For June. 1 second. All right. Past behavior would suggest a potential slam down in the upcoming days, weeks. For Lily, yeah. That is my expectation. BlackRock wondering why more CCs haven't been sold yet before the pump to 25. BlackRock Nvidia 146.14 shares 180 million. Vanguard Nvidia 100. Yeah, I know. They're way over their cost basis. Nvidia is boofing me badly. I'm sorry to hear that. AMD breaking up at 90. Okay. Same Nvidia purchase time though. Probably purchased from a like early share offering or something. I mean, BlackRock and Vanguard are basically the same thing, right? They both own half of each other. Hmm. Today's a weird SPX day. Is it? Why? Yeah, there's still 2 hours left. What's the next mega cap that's gonna save the market? I think we're through all the important ones. Apple was the last, like, really big earnings that I think needed to be reported. Mm. Nvidia on the 24th. Costco. We still have Disney. Berkshire tomorrow. Berkshire's important. What positioning are you seeing? Any indication of price action to come by end of day? No, nothing's really changed. A bunch of the 4125 calls and 4120 calls sold off, but they've also bought a bunch more 4130 calls. It's about a $20 difference between SPX and ES. It narrows over time. I just bought May 19th, 400, 405, and 410 Ps. Nice. Okay, so 4095 downside instead of 4075. I mean, 4095 is where the resistance has been all day. If we move to the downside. Futures still hasn't tested 4150, and I don't think we're going down until it does. Even if that means SPX at, like 4132 or whatever. I'm not gonna just beat up random French people. Why would I do that? For Cinco de Mayo? I was just gonna eat tacos and get drunk. Sounds like the dream. Seems like a good choice to me. Any of our Euro viewers have any spare rockets laying around? Good time to use it. If anybody here is in Poland, can you chuck a Russian rocket casing into your front yard? That's it. I'm calling the police to file a report on VIX. Tesla 167.50 0 DTE went 1200% today. Nice. How about selling calls here on SPX for June? Mm. Risky. What level? I will do anything anyone wants if we end the day at 40.95. There's a pretty slim chance. Maybe like 410, 4,000, but I don't think we're going that low. Or 410 or 4,100. But I don't think we're going down below 4,100. I'd be surprised if we even hit 4,100. I also don't think we're hitting 4,150. At least not with the current call interest. QQQ is going to break its high from 427, which broke 819.22 level. Is it, though? Does any of this actually make sense? Why actually pump the market? Yes, it makes sense. We went down. The drop that we had following the FOMC meeting was entirely on the back of 0 and 1 DTE puts, which took profits at the bottom. We were oversold. This is what everyone wants. Right? Like, they just want us to, like, the fuck is that? They just want us to, like, move up and then gap down repeatedly over several days. That's not what you're gonna get. You're gonna get something that's more like, you know, I don't want to reposition my puts, and because of that, every day that is green is crime. I see. I don't want to gap down over several days. I want to go down to 3,000 in a single day. I mean, the market would halt. So it's not that's not gonna happen. I just want like a 20-point move in 20 minutes. Is that too much to ask? That's a lot. 20-point move down? Why do you need it in 20 minutes? So you have 4120 puts? What happened to VDP? Violent downside potential. I mean, we had some violent downside when the banks failed. And then we had some more violent downside potential when PacWest announced its sale, right? What do you guys define as violent moves down? Like, even look at the path down from August, and that was rough, right? Like that occurs over the latter half of the entire month. And there's still a bunch of green days mixed in there. Like we're moving down. Our upper limit here is like well within the expected range. Like we're not crushing any trends or anything. SPX has big notional moves. It gets scary. If you can't play with the big boys, play SPY. It's not as scary when you're, 406 is $4 out of the money versus 40, A possible T+2 action on Nvidia Monday. How high will this piece of shit go? What do you think? It's a good question. Not as high as it went last time, I hope. Well, at least not today, because I don't want to get assigned on my sold calls at 290. I forgot I had those. I should close those. Why are they still worth so much? I think those would be cheaper. IV up a little bit? It shouldn't be. Who cares about data and rate hikes? We double bottomed on the daily with a bounce off the 60 SMA. New bull market, obviously. S, like super hard sarcasm. The bounce only matters if we don't turn around and retest it. Excuse me, my SPY puts are $62 out of the money. Those are just bad positions. How about selling 5 4150C for June, buying 5 4150C for May 19th? It's like, you do know that you'll be naked after the 19th, right? Why not just sell a bear call spread at that point? Like, can your margins support 5 4150 contracts? Yeah, I'm straddling the weekend. I don't know if I can. I might not. No. I'll probably straddle 1-to-1 too. I don't get what's so different about SPY and SPX options, other than the extra zero. The gain and loss should be the same, no? No, it's not, because they don't have the same price. But, SPX contracts have different Greek values. Um, they're also far more liquid because of their cash settled nature, and they have a tax treatment uh, additionally. So you save money on any profits made on the tax side. So they are vastly more profitable if you account for the tax treatment. What's your minimum theta to straddle the weekend? Like 5 to 7. Minimum. And generally 7 or more. Usually like 7 to 14 over the weekend. Like 5 DT is going to bite you in the ass a little bit. Unless you have like a really volatile, you like trade in a wide range the following day. Is there tax advantages in inverse market vehicles like SPX, like SPX S? Yes. I believe SPXS is has the same tax treatment. So I think the SPX or SPX like derivative. Head and shoulders here might be. Might just stay at 41.25 for the rest of the day. I think that outcome should be probably prepared for, if nothing else. ES has still not tested 41.50. Can we stay in the 4,000 to 4,200 range until the next FOMC meeting? Probably not. I would expect that we would break that range before the FOMC meeting. At least the downside part of that range. All those sold puts at 4,000 expire on the 19th. Fed, don't speculate. Market, okay, sorry, bro, we'll pull back. Also, market 2 days later. Risk on, fuck yeah, gotta get that green. In a realistic world, what should Apple's market cap be? I don't know. I haven't done any fundamental analysis on Apple in a long time. Less? I mean, they don't. Apple generally doesn't trade at like crazy multiples, right? They're just super profitable, and they're trading at a PE right now of 28. It's probably should be somewhere closer to 20. Yes, going for it. Yep, there it is. Now ES is tested 4150. Apple isn't a bank. Goldman Sachs is the bank. Apple has enough cash on hand to be a bank. Yep, they do. So you think Apple needs to drop by about a third? Roughly. I'd definitely be a buyer if it did. I don't know if that's something that we'll ever see, but I probably wouldn't buy it much over a PE of like 20. And even then, I don't think their projections over the next 5 years look all that compelling. You can't keep up infinite growth forever. I said ES can test 4150. I didn't say it can't. That we'll find out. The 10 DTE 4135p I bought at the top. I hope not. All right. I mean, you've got plenty of time for it to drift down a couple bucks. Win volume. I mean, we just had a bunch. Win volume in non-crime direction? Not today, man. Does everyone just have puts expiring today? So again, right? We're doing this shit again. Where the market drops 300 BPS, no one takes profits, and then everyone cries when it bounces. After me literally going on and on and on for this like entire fucking week back here about how everyone keeps doing this. Good job, Vlad. Then what's everyone so fucking worried about? I took profit, but I held some open. Okay. Put capitulation mostly. A lot of the options that we moved down on were like 0 and 1 DTE puts that just like came in hard after the Fed meeting. So I mean, the upside bounce seemed inevitable. Took profits, even the small loss today, still nicely up overall. Thanks, username. Trying to get my life on track, improving a bit. Still got a long way to go, but at least feels possible. Yeah, I mean the upside today should have been expected, I think. Yes, it did, but I'll say I didn't think it would be almost 2%. Why not? I feel like I'm like talking to myself. The like first thing I said this morning is we can test 4130. Like it was there. And probably 4150 on futures, which puts us right about where we're at right now. I think the problem here is nobody held their 0 DTE calls through the dump, which admittedly was a pain in the ass, and I got out of them as soon as I could. We're in a liquid environment. 200, 300 BPS isn't really a surprise. Yeah. And I could move the other way just as hard, just as fast. I just got a Sherwin-Williams ad. Nice. The moves are bigger. The market's a liquid as fuck. That's why I straddle every night, because we have ridiculous, crazy shit like this happen all the time. We were down 300 basis points over the last like 4 days, Rick. They don't need to last. They only need to last long enough for you to take profits on your puts. The problem's everyone's greedy and they think every market downturn's a market crash. There's still an hour and a half left today, too. This could all just sell off into close. It probably won't, though. For small ports under 50K, is it much better to play intraday price rather than just buy and hoping for a crash? I mean, probably, or at least it's smart in a small port to cut your losses before they put you underwater. I think that's far more important than what methodology you use for trading. The smaller your port, the faster you have to cut losses. Those are the only two options, intraday or crash. Hey, mate, I see Fubo's the one true stonk. Do we have a PT for it for the next couple weeks? Not really. I mean, we'll see if it starts to drift up or if the shorts on it just reposition and drive it back to $1. Real question, Gerg. If the market doesn't have any long-term thesis, as evidenced by all the short-dated derivatives trading, what good is our thesis given how long-term it is? Perhaps better to reevaluate strategy. What do you mean our thesis? You mean my thesis? I can stay short forever. You should make your own thesis and not try to share mine, Walken. If you don't end up 30% down overnight holding puts, why are you holding puts overnight when we're going to bounce? It's not like the bounce started last night. Is there a megaphone on the SPX Daily? Yes. Look, Girk, slow learner here. Can't lie, I didn't take profits, but I got theta. All right, well, that's pretty good then. Sold a credit spread 41.10, 41.30. Buy back the 41.10 here and cash out the theta on the 41.30 and learn my lesson. Or is holding out hope too crazy? Hmm. Hmm. I have an hour and 20 minutes left. How is it a 0 DTE? Robin your hood? Two port are currently capitalized on SEX. So my first round of CCs expired worthless today, and it feels great. Thanks for keeping the stream alive. Congratulations, Kyle. You'll get there. It takes time, but good job. Good job not chasing it. How would you compare the relative likelihood of seeing SPX 4,200 versus 4,000 before 616? 4,000 looks far more likely. The sold call positions don't expire until 6:30, I think, on the upside. So 4,200 are still really well defended. I'm not personally very concerned about that level yet. I would say 4,000 is not nearly as well defended. I just want it down for my 0 GTEs. I mean, that'd be cool, but that doesn't always happen. Sometimes it just drifts up into close and then they sell off. How do you know that was me? Because all of your texts have the same insane fervor to them. Even if you have theta, when VIX gets wrecked like this, it doesn't matter. Your puts get slaughtered. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and it sucks on the call side even. Are they trying for 4150 on VIX? Or on SPX? Maybe. We're sufficiently above 4150 right now. I don't... I mean, there's calls coming in. Are we at 4140 yet? Just almost. 4140 is still... Meh. But 4150 calls coming in pretty heavily. So, more pump. At this point, it's really just a future sell-off. Otherwise, SPY's not gonna go, or SPX isn't gonna go anywhere. If we hit one of the points where futures is willing to sell off, then we'll drop. But otherwise, there's way too much call side support at this point. There is a chance when we tested around 4130 to still fall through the bottom. Now all of those calls are in the money. So, barring futures selling off in some significant way, this isn't going down much. Pure futures buying, no SPX stocks are moving much anymore. You did mention that 4100 upside would be staunchly defended, but we gapped over it. So the defense is just, I mean, if you gap over like strong resistance or support like that overnight, it's just blown up. It'll be sold off before the market even opens. Any reason to believe pre-CPI next week would see reasonable downside? I mean, more puts are going to come in to hedge near the money. So, I mean, probably stagnation from like Tuesday afternoon. Until Tuesday afternoon, all of this shit's wide open. Will the oil spike be reflected in this PPI data? It should be, yeah. Oil prices were elevated for most of April. Bought the sold back and hold the 4130 rides to 4150. Oh, okay. Alright, yeah, I can offset your loss. My upstart cost basis is getting close to zero, just factoring CC and CSPs. Basic option strategies rule. Nice, dude. Congratulations. 4130p for June 9th. Tell me I'm a future millionaire. On one contract? Not likely. It's not the worst contract, walk-in. It's an odd date to buy one on. Did Linixis or Pulte make OPEX? No. But I bought a bunch of zero DTEs, and someone else did. Fair enough. As long as you didn't get burned on the spread. November OPEX is looking fantastic, Geoff. We're only 7 months away. Good time for longer dated puts. I mean, VIX is low, so it's not a terrible time for them. I might wait till we're closer to the like CPI, PPI data. No pullback till 3 p.m. I don't know if we get a pullback here. Like, we very well might not see any significant pullback until maybe over the weekend or Monday, right? I mean, the downside is just like in the money calls, right? And I guess if they snap close and take profits, but something's gonna have to catalyze that. Otherwise, they just carry into close and cash settle. Like I don't see any reason right now for the long position to pull back at all. The only way that happens is if futures hit a resistance and sell off hard. And you're gonna need like a 5-10,000 contract just straight dump in order for us to move down beyond where the calls are positioned, right? Otherwise we dump and then the calls will just buy back in and float it back up above the calls again. Does futures buying have any effect on ETFs? Yeah. I mean, like secondary and tertiary effects. Well, unless they're an ETF that directly tracks, uh, like, well, those would mostly be ETNs. So no, none that directly track it, but as a secondary or tertiary effect, yeah. Do you have any expectations for Monday? No, I'm pretty open minded about it. I'm gonna straddle overnight. I think most of the call positioning here has been largely also short dated, and specifically put in place to capture the put capitulation. So I think there were some 40-50 futures contracts that wanted to get out from underwater. Those have been kind of sitting up there all day, and so I was waiting on that. Those are out from underwater now. But I would say this isn't probably very long lived. Like I don't think this is gonna last very long, but it could last a couple days. And we're pretty much back to FOMC highs. Pretty close. $41.60 on futures may have some chance, but typically very green days close near the highs. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, we're testing 41.60 now. I don't know. It doesn't look to me like there's sufficient sellers at this level. Or at least why sell during the trading day, right? If they have positions on both futures and SPX. If they want to take profits, they can just wait into the weekend. I suppose we might see some non-zero DTE bulls take profit before the weekend. That's possible. I mean, if that happens, then yeah, we could get a sell-off. What are your thoughts on GME next week? Now that it moved up the past couple of days, it moved up like $1, and it's high like $1.50. My expectations for GME haven't changed much. I talked about the ETF FTDs earlier. We have another small pile into the end of next week, but they only benefit from days where there's also index pressure. I don't want to complain, but this is getting old and it's really dumb. But it's so predictable. Vlad Marinescu, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. When do you think sub 3,900? December? I mean, sub 3,900 could happen a lot faster than that. You excited to straddle 41.60 over the weekend? I'd actually be a lot happier straddling 41.50 than I would be like 41.40. At least 41.50, like the Bulls have a, some encouragement to try to retest the bottom of all those sold calls. 41.40, they might give up, and then you get burned on the call side. I don't think I mean, I really don't think there is a 4,200. CPI is probably going to be roughly the same as it was previously, right? And slightly up month over month, down, well, not down as much year over year. PPI might be up. That would be the big difference in the data point. You've never made a point, Walken. Giant SPX megaphone like mid-November, December? Mid-November, December. Oh, back here. Similar, yeah. Like the December SLD period. Except still downward, right? Like we haven't retested the upper trend here. Like this trend is still bearish. like even if you're talking like there's like a megaphone here, I don't even really see it. Like we don't have a lower low, we just have the same low. This is a double bottom. Nice, Danimal. If employment continues pretty strong due to structural labor shortage, can't markets continue levitating? I mean, while employment is good for the economy, it's bad for what the Fed wants the economy to do. So, I mean, you can presume that better and like stronger labor data is going to uh, create a stronger response from the Fed. When cash settling SPX calls, for example, do you receive the difference between spot and strike times 100? Yes. That's exactly how they're cash settled. If earnings season disappointments across the board had zero effect on the market, what will have an effect? Well, I mean, once the exuberance from analyst expectations being beat dies down, you're still left with a bunch of companies that are down 30% year over year in a market that's down 20. This pump is fucking crazy. No, it's not. All right, so we got rejected. Futures found a point of rejection. It looks like kind of on the long-term trend here. Which one is that? Is that the October trend? No. The fuck did we just reject off of? Oh, it is. Yeah, we just rejected on the bottom side of the October trend. So this one. I don't know if you can see that really, but there. Hmm. It's a lot of head and shoulders. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, it's a significant trend line. We might find some futures sellers here. If there's enough future sellers, we might see some downside. I don't really think it means much more than that. It could force some call capitulation, like at the money. If there's a real rejection, I'd like to see it drop below 4150 and stay below it. Yeah, I agree. Actually, I'd like to see it drop below 4146. Further, it needs to drop further than 4150 for it to be a true rejection. Like on the 1 hour or the daily. It does look like there's some sellers though. Volume spiked. Bobby's been dead since August. For for this to meet the technical requirements of a rejection, we need to drop below 4,000 end of day. But your puts are in June. Why do you need them to print by the end of today? Will there be a day when the market will not believe that bad news is good news and good news is good news? The psychology of the market becomes impervious to the like status quo, right? So if everything's always bullish, then the market gets complacent and overreacts to like negative news, right? And then if everything's over bearish, the market doesn't react enough to negative news. Like if everything's always bad, then another bad thing is just whatever, right? Like 2021 into 2022, yeah. I mean, like, that's kind of like a world event, right? That's. I also have June SPX puts that I entered today, and I would like to print immediately. Who do I direct this request to? You can send me a DM, Atomic. We can discuss some possibilities for the future of your puts. Now, mansplain me fear and greed. Well, the greed's obvious, but that'll make the fear worse. So we're chopping between 4,000 and 4,150 for the foreseeable future. Yeah, that range seems reasonable. I would say 40.50 to 41.50 into next week. But there's a little more upside range than that. It's like 41.80 to 40.50 positionally. Two tests of the resistance. But I don't care about the 415s. Those are long gone. I mean, we don't know what CPI and PPI are going to look like. If headline inflation is up, everyone's going to freak out. One thing I've never understood is the Dan situation. Who are the Dans? People who've blown up their portfolio and have turned to prostitution behind local Wendy's dumpsters in order to fund their degenerate gambling habits. There's a bunch of books about them on the subreddit. You can look up Book of the Dans and learn their story arc. 140.75 call at close yesterday for $1,200 is almost worth $8,000 right now. Yeah. Bull's thinking if core CPI PPI is up, bullish since JPAL will cut rates. What? JPAL's not cutting rates. The market's still not accounting for that, which I think is hysterical. I don't know. Did you run out of earnings to gamble on, Venseg? You like Weeble, IBKR, or TOS? I don't use TOS. A lot of people like it though. I do use Weeble and IBKR, and I like them both for different reasons. Yeah. All I know is Nvidia better fucking close below 290. I was gonna say, Gherk, who priced in Fed Fund futures? Because I don't know what they're on. Are you talking about that like estimate thing? That thing's bullshit. You want to look at SOFR, like SOFR and SOFR futures, if you want like a good estimate of what's being priced in by inflation swaps. I use Schwab Street Smart, and I feel like I'm the only one. I have a Schwab account, but when they were looking shaky a little while back, I transferred a bunch of shit out of it. So it's kind of I'm not really using it right now, but usually I use my Schwab account. That's usually where I buy like more like swing trade stuff. UK FTSE all time high, 10% inflation, bullish. Jesus. Depends on how much money my wife's boyfriend gives me next month to rebuild my port. Fair enough. Why have people not mastered the morning straddle? I'm gonna assume it's like Caterpillar, where like I talked about it for months and months and months, and then everyone gets really excited about it the last time it does anything, and then they're like, "Why doesn't this work anymore?" So like I played Cat for fucking half a year before anyone else ever was interested in it, right? Um, and then people got in on one run on Caterpillar after like 7 other ones. And then they just like kept trying to play Caterpillar over and over and over after that, even though it was like it was done for the time being. So I assume straddles will be the same way. So like 3 months from now, people will be like, "Oh fuck, this overnight straddle shit's amazing," and they'll start overnight straddling, but then the market will get boring. And we'll only have like 30 BPS days. And then they'll be like, I'm straddled. I'm doing everything right. What the fuck? Every morning I open my account and both sides are negative. I've never seen another user mention Street Smart Edge in 2 years. I have. I've had a bunch of people like DM me and ask me about Schwab in the past. Schwab does weird shit with options overnight and gets a lot of glitches, and people always fucking DM me when that happens. Yep, blue 1K straddling SPX while it was flat. When's SPX been flat in the last 6 months? Hey Gurk, not Celtic Mako here. Definitely Celtic Mako. Headed out for a bit. Can I get you a Baconator Frosty? You know what? I'll just DoorDash it. Thanks though. Any update on your theory of big banks holding SPX up not to realize interest rate swaps? I mean, SPX is still being held up. And it's more to hold it up to prevent treasury short risk, but I wanted to also ask you about Schwab in the past. Where's the line? Don't bullshit me, Gaff. I know you don't have like an actual brokerage account. I remember when you had to get all those Revlon calls on Cash App. If only you could have bought the Revlon FTX token. You'd be a millionaire right now. Please adjust the VIX chart. Sure. These rejections suck. Although this one's a little bit better. Very low volume. Is the volume ever going to pick up? Oh, these guys were so willing to sell at 41.50 earlier when we were trading at 41.30 on futures. And now we're at 41.57. They're just being greedy. I took a large position at Upstart yesterday. You think it'll continue upwards or MMFTD's gone? I think we're through we're through some of them. I don't think the MMFTDs are really gonna generate a lot of price action, but the MMFTDs carry out through 510, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check. Yeah, I think they carry through till like at least 510. Might be a couple more days beyond that, but they start to drop. No, today's only 200 BPS. Well, I think big banks took floating. So yeah, sure, popcorn trader. Is this a real question, or because I feel like you asked me this 4 times already? But I think the big banks took a lot of floating rate interest risk back in 2020, 2021 off of the small regional banks that were pumping their deposits into low yield treasuries. And I think as that duration risk is realized, they become exposed on both. And so as that duration risk was realized, they went short treasuries in order to hedge. And now I think they're in a situation where they're short treasuries, but yields are rising. So they have risk on both sides of the position, both on the floating rate
risk, and I think they also have like treasury short risk from hedging their position. So they can't let the market drop too much because that'll incentivize treasury buying and can squeeze out their short positions. And they can't let yields get too high, so they can't let the market just rip. Otherwise, they'll be exposed to the floating rate interest risk. So I think that's why, even though it seems like we're not, I think that's why the SPX is very range bound, and with every Fed interest rate increase, becomes increasingly more range bound since October, which was shortly after the Fed's decision at Jackson's Hole, right? Well, they're already counterpartying the inflation swap. And I think they were doing that, during the bull market, before the effects of inflation were realized. Are longer dated options even worth it anymore in this market? I bought July Nvidia 260s, and I feel like the market's just stuck in this current channel, forcing bullishness at every turn. I mean, I guess when I think if it dumps hard, it's gonna dump really hard. But oh my god, sustained rejection. This is fake, right? There's still no volume. Does the timing on GME volume this morning make more sense in hindsight? I don't think the timing of it makes a lot of sense, but I think, there was enough upward market pressure that they just decided to cover. I don't really think it put them at a lot of risk to just cover the, whatever small amount of FTDs they had at the start of the day, right? Like, we weren't going to break over like 22.50. I think they understood that, and they just covered real quick. I mean, they're the ones covering are probably the ones that bought the 0 DTE calls. What's going to break first? Credit risk, most likely, on corporate bonds. It's not a bear trap. It's a future sell-off at the rejection, and it's very low volume. Unless volume picks up on the future sell-off, this isn't going to be all that epic. And then what? We end the day at 41.30, even if. I mean, it becomes increasingly harder for them to pull it off, I think, every time the Fed raises rates. And I think that's why we're starting to see such a big, not only political, like we're seeing a big political pushback, a big media pushback, and a big finance pushback against the increased interest rate, increased interest rates from the Fed, right? And that's been like a couple of months now that we're seeing this increased pressure from every angle on the Fed to stop raising rates. I mean, strategically, think of media as a tool, right? Especially if you're someone like JPM or B of A or Wells or Credit Suisse or UBS, right? And then you just think, like, how would you best deploy that tool? And if you're deploying that tool a specific way, you can work backwards from that, right? Because, if you see the media narrative shift significantly in one way or another, you can you can make assumptions about how people are positioned, right? Because you have to assume that they're using media in their best interest, right? There's no altruism in finance, and so if media is a tool, they're going to use it in the way that benefits them the most. I know that sounds crazy, but strategically it's important. I'm not saying, construct your own version of reality because what the news tells you is fake, but at the same time, listen to what the news is really telling you versus what you hear. Jimmy's 1750 puts expire next week. Do you see any downside for next week? I mean, maybe. It'll depend on the index. If the index moves down, then Jimmy probably will too. Not very quickly next week. We have a lot of ETF FTDs into the end of next week. So if it moves down, it'll have to move down hard with the CPI data. Otherwise, it'll stagnate probably into SLD, and then it can move down hard during SLD. I kind of like the conspiracy stuff, so keep going. Tell me about volatility and treasury something something shorts. I mean, it's not a conspiracy. There's some data that backs it, right? Like I mean, treasury short data backs it. Um Obviously we don't know swap exposure, but it puts a lot of pieces of the puzzle together, and generally if you can put a lot of pieces of the puzzle together, and you don't have enough information to put the whole puzzle together, you're at least on the right track. I mean, we don't have swap data, but potentially there's a reason we don't have swap data, right? And given that's around the time that swap data, that's actually right around the time swap data stopped being reported. There's correlations there, and if you have enough correlations, somewhere in there you probably have a cause. It's just logical, right? The Fed's not going to get a soft landing out of this. I don't think that all of this ends in a soft landing anymore. Not unless they start pulling back rates this year, and I don't think they're going to be able to. And core's already above headline. That's really bad. I don't. I don't think anybody's talking about how bad it is. The core. I think they're assuming that the last CPI print was a volatile data point, and they're not relying on it. But if we get another CPI print where core continues to rise above headline, that's really bad, right? And you get a third one, it's really, really bad, because then headline's going to start catching up. And then we also have oil, back at like 68 a barrel, 70 a barrel, which is gonna push, OPEC to improve pricing again, right? Which means, more inflation problems on headline. Now, you can spin it positively as you want for as long as you want, but ultimately, like, it catches up. Over time, it's a weighing machine. for bought options. No need for a soft landing if you never land. I mean, yeah, there's probably an analogy there to the SPX right now and like mid-flight refueling. Arian brought that up, and we'll have to accept higher than 2% inflation, but have to pivot on that to save face. I don't think they can risk it. The United States, we're not in a good position if we accept stagflation or inflation at a higher entrenched rate. It would be devastating to our economy for decades. So when they say their goal is to get inflation to 2%, I think they're going to do whatever it takes to get inflation down to 2%. I think they're beyond saving face. I mean, the banks are already failing, and they keep raising rates. They're not going to protect anybody from their duration risk, and worse yet, and we haven't even hit stride on that. No one's going to protect them from the MBS risk. And we're already starting to see, risk in the CMBS, right? That'll come first. And that's when that's really when you start to get like that's when the problems really start. No one fucking cares if FRC fails or SVB, right? They're tiny in the scope of things. But they are foreshadowing stuff that's much, much worse. Yeah, JPAT used his little tool way too late. And then when he did use it, he didn't use it hard enough. If the Fed's response was immediately to raise the federal funds rate above the rate of inflation, inflation would probably already be down to 2% now. Like, we would have had a crash, sure, but it would have recovered quickly. That's what World War III is for. Yeah, but, I mean, no one really wants to have to live through that, right? Like, it'd be better if we could avoid World War III. Like, if we don't have to chase true growth. And he's not wrong, actually. I know he's being a troll, but that's the only way to get true economic growth is imperialism and war. And so that's the backup option for all of this. And that's the real collapse is GME though. When will the Fed have to cause a crash to fix inflation? Probably soon. If the Russia-Ukraine war ends, SPX to 10,000, that could change things for the better. I mean, Russia-Ukraine war ends, headline inflation into the ground, right? Well, hopefully we look back on this and the idea of World War III as a solution to economic problems is wrong, right? Let's. There's some things you don't want to be right about. Should I buy a new $90,000 truck at 15% for 60 months? Is that winning? It's only winning if you buy it at 17% for 72 months. There's some things you don't want to be right about. For everything else, there's MasterCard. It's not all because of interest rates, OG, or uncertainty in rates. It's because everything is tied together, right? Consumer spending on higher cost goods is draining savings, which drains deposits from smaller banks, right? And those smaller banks expose bigger banks to risk. And those bigger banks are exposed to inflation risk and swap risk, right? And then, so it's, and then that can then expose risk in MBS and CMBS, which are still the backbone of our economy. That's the liquidity, right? So it's not so simple as just like everything's connected. I'm not a CPA. I don't do my own taxes. I'm sure as shit not going to help you with yours. So you're saying that Kenny Griffin has starting World War III with his GME shorts? No. This goes far beyond trivial bullshit with GameStop. Consumer defaults have already started on credit cards and car loans. They're up significantly. I don't believe in the Fed. I do think that the Fed has the power to correct this before it's too far off the rails. Yeah, just rewind, Gen. I feel like I went into pretty good detail on it. It's not nonsensical. What's a good CMBS short? REITs. Peruvian Bull is far more conspiratorial. There's parts that he stole from Dollar Milkshake that are correct, but I mean it's just like a crypto bro trying to get people to DRS and build fame on Superstonk, which is the story with most DD writers that have any success, right? Like has a single one of them not tried to be like a financial influencer? Joke's on you. My perk creates negative tax liabilities. Do you think the Fed are too politically driven? Too politically influenced? Capital One gave scary projections for debt defaults on lower mid-income people. You may not believe in the Fed, but the Fed believes in you and your ability to get the fuck in line with the rest of the peons in society. Get wrecked. I mean, I'm fine, right? Like, I don't care if we have a 5-year recession. Not so great for other people. I was hoping it was nonsensical. I'll go back and listen. Can we watch the battle for 12,476 calls of Fubo go in the money at 150? Didn't they already do that today? It didn't have any effect. If World War III happens, can I ride you into battle like horse cavalry? Absolutely not. Goff's just hoping that the inevitable default in sovereign debt and downfall of the dollar will make his 1.5 bitcoins worth millions. And Cardano to the moon. I don't know if I've influenced anyone. Based on the fact that no one's able to hedge 2.5 years later, I'm going to say that my ability to influence is limited. But at least I know what the fuck I'm talking about. The law of unintended consequences, DD, keeps asking me for nudes. You should go to Twitter with it. I'll back you. Just at me in the post. It wouldn't be the first time turds reached out for nudes. Dibs on being in logistics during World War III. You've set yourself up nicely. Did you see the gnarly whistleblower award from the SEC? Yeah, someone mentioned it earlier. If World War III did happen, would you move out of New York City? Yes. Absolutely. Although, I do have a fallout shelter in my building. I think. No, there's not. There's proxy wars, right? That would have to escalate quite a lot to move beyond that. What's the best exercise for defined calves? Deep squats. No. I don't know. Leg lifts? GameStop IV got crushed out after earnings. It hasn't recovered. Not in any meaningful way. At least in the short term, it's heavily skewed down. If China-Taiwan war, SPX to 8,000? I mean, better yet, NVIDIA to 10. What if you do deep squats and calf raises at the same time? VIX starting to creep back up from intraday lows. Well, futures is starting to get rejected, but it hasn't been significantly. Went full port for Monday. YOLO McDolo. I'm gambling with pennies, though, but I feel something again. That's awesome, Bob Lewis. Glad to have you back in the fold. If World War III happens and I don't get to do stupidly expensive DoorDash sushi, I'm done with society. Why are you eating sushi in Texas? There's a building on each block with a shelter. Unfortunately, the super has the only key, and he's stuck uptown off the 4, which is no longer going south of the 125th. You have no idea how true that is. Never once have I called my super, and he's not been in the Bronx. Hmm. For small ports that want to position with 50 plus DT options, the best product I think is MES because it's affordable and you don't need to pick a crazy out of the money strike. Profits small but better. Yeah, there's advantages. I mean, that's almost always true. I mean, you always take less risk for smaller profits. You can't spell reverse cowgirl? It's banned? Really? Fucking ridiculous. I'm ready to start my trading day. Congratulations. There's 15 minutes left to dump into clothes. Mansplaining high risk, high reward math to me? On a roll. You're welcome, Gaff. Gaff, have I told you about buy low, sell high? How do I know if you really love me? I probably, I'll just, I don't. Mike, ouch hurts. Hold. Never sell Jimmy. This is the way I make money. Oh, wow. Jimmy went up. I'm sure you've already touched on this. Were there ETF FTDs and market following? Yeah. No, not a lot of liquidity realization. A little bit, but very little. No wonder I never made any money on my GME. There's still a chance, Gaff. If you throw 10k on that put position on the next green candle, you might get out clean. Alternatively, I'll just let it burn up. Maybe we get an epic 100 BPS sell-off into close. If you throw, got anything interesting planned for the weekend? No, not yet. I think I'm just gonna go out on the town and see what life brings me. Things haven't been the same since JFresh shot in the bird sanctuary hot tub. That's true. Who's buy low, sell high? Never heard of her. I've heard you talk about buy low, sell high, but it doesn't seem to be working. I bought puts when Nvidia's price was lower, but now that it's higher, my puts are wrecked. That's sell high, buy low. It goes the opposite way when you're short. Although buy low and sell high would have worked for you in cutting your losses. Hashtag bankruptcy jackpot still a thing. Besides anything crazy happening over the weekend, what are the bullish bearish signs of the market next week before CPI PPI? There really aren't any. I think mostly just positioning into the events. Right now, obviously the short side is a bit weak, so we'll probably see some downward drag from short positioning. But everything's pretty flexible through Monday and Tuesday, barring any bank failures over the weekend. Last chance for the duck excursion. I'm gonna pass. But thanks to the offer, Popcorn Trader. Doing LSD and stealing ducks out of Central Park doesn't seem like my kind of day. Ah, you got me, Waldo. Well done. Thanks. It's gotta be Walken. Walken's the only person who donates on Ko-Fi. Except NW, like, once a day. So I'm just starting to assume that all Ko-Fis are Walken. Maybe I need to get rid of it. All the bonds are moving in line with the yields again. Is that typical? No. You mean they're going up while the yields rise? You prefer to stick around Prospect or better ducks there? I didn't know there was a difference. I was researching a way to automatically manage risk and take profits, and I ran across a thing called a stop loss. I'm going to write a DD about it. Oh yeah, Kendro too. But Kendro left yesterday after his conflict with Fluffy. He told me he loved me, but he clearly lied. Wild that yesterday we got the line, only 2 banks have failed this morning, and it's 10:24, and today we're up 200 BPS. This should have been the immediate assumption following 2 bank failures. Will you make a big donation to an autism fund when SPX crashes? Yeah, I'll buy myself something nice. Is this a triple top on the NVIDIA 289 level? Or on the long-term trend? No. Double top? Well, not quite a double top, but close. Also, everyone needs to stop saying NVIDIA and 290 in the same sentence. All right, I don't want to close these fucking calls. Hey, I donated on Ko-Fi. Walken does not get credit for that. Okay. Thank you, Jen Jen. Your name is Gherk, isn't it? Or as the British would say, Gherk in it? Ha. Darth husband still loves you. Yeah, but no. It's unrequited. Based on the current price, how high could SQQQ theoretically hit during a market crash? Down to 3,200? Do you think September 29C is a good hold? And also, is July 3,900p a good buy? I mean, I think you can make money on both of those things. I don't know if they'll go in the money. Obviously, you know, some things need to change here. More data. I told you guys we're going to be leaning on data points more heavily with the Fed being less transparent, right? We had data points today, which then had no effect. But you know, inflation data is going to be important, and if inflation is up, then you know that's a potential catalyst for downside. We still don't have a lot of room to the upside beyond like where we traded to today, right? So I mean, and liquidity is not getting better. You know, the Treasury General accounts continuing to fill up. The you know the federal funds discount windows continuing to close. You know, there was you know the feds are continuing to sell off assets. So you know, yeah, I mean QT is still in full swing. Oh yeah, thank you, Kool-Aid Man. Much appreciated. You can burst through my wall any day. Sorry for the cringy gherkin joke, but I've thought about it for like 502 and streams and never mentioned it, so I think my restraint is actually commendable. Well, yeah, but other people got to it before you. You know what? I'm not going to take it away from you. It's all yours. How can I exercise my in the money Jimmy covered calls? If that's the real Kool-Aid Man, we've been pinging them in the Louvre for months, and they better show proof of life. Well, I hope they heard that. Buy Nui puts with me? Steel short now? Nah. I don't know. I have to look at their chart, and I don't want to switch screens right now. Oh, look, we're closing the day at 41.30. How exciting. What a great market. Short steel before World War III? Crazy. My paper account is 10x the past 2 days because you said they want SPX above 41.30. Thanks as always for the learning. No problem, man. I made it home in time to like the stream. P.S. I have enough ammo for everyone in the pickle jar, especially at the price per round you guys were discussing yesterday. There's hope for the port after all. So I sold most of my put yesterday and bought back SPY 400p Julys. Being reasonable, what is a decent percent to sell those? 30%? I mean, it depends on the levels we break down to. It's not impossible that we break down below 4,000 before July, right? But first we need to break down below 40.80, 40.50, and 4,000. I'd like to remind you that Rocket Mortgage is here for all of your mortgage needs. Find out which arm is right for you, Rocket Mortgage. Thanks, Rocket Mortgage, original stream sponsor. I bought calls at the top today. How did I do? Fantastic. I love how everyone's chill now that the spies dropped back to where everyone started freaking out. Like, if I remember today correctly, and I do, everyone was like, oh my fucking god, Bulls win, right? Or Bears win. And then they were like, what the fuck is this? And then, really? Gork, my port is dead. And then, it's all okay. Huh. But we're still here. You know. Anyway. So if the most powerful players in the market who have more money than God can't have the market correcting back to say sub 3,800, why bet against them to realize that sort of downside? I don't have any 3,800 puts. I have 3,500 puts, and those have Vega. Those are just like a play for if Vega goes up. Well, volatility. Vega would also go up, but volatility would go up more. You forgot that, do I sell puts and calls at the top? Well, that was part of the dead port thing. Pidgey in the middle? I know who you are. Oh, looks like I get a straddle at 41. Oh no, it's over. Fuck. I gotta buy an ES contract. Son of a bitch. You guys distracted me, and now I didn't straddle. And I have to buy futures. Okay, ding ding. The day is done. I think the prior explanation really sums up everything I feel about the end of today. But we went up. Futures tested a little higher and then failed. Moved a bit beyond the 4150 level and then closed at it. So futures longs, the winners of today. I don't see a lot of positioning yet to support continued upside action into the beginning of next week, but that could change. So obviously come back Sunday at 12:30 Eastern for the member stream and find out how I feel then. But otherwise, yeah, I think most of today's run was on the back of large scale short capitulation. I think those shorts will reposition. I think VIX will rise back up again. I think more downside potential is definitely possible. Obviously, we have CPI and PPI data next week that are going to be largely influential on the price action. And yeah, so good day for everyone who bought calls this morning. Bad day for the people who didn't listen. And I'll see you all Monday, or well, at least the 80% of you that didn't blow your port up today. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful weekend, guys. Happy Cinco de Mayo.